Yeah. The
Okay, guys. We're back at it again. What a good campaign. So excited. Let's hop to do a proper screen sharing here. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. And this is like absolutely the wrong music. In fact, I'm gonna just kill the Tailspire music because I don't know if I have the track I want. I'm gonna make sure it sounds right. Cool. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. I'll do the recap while the YouTube ad is going. So, you have done it, Aurora Concordant. You have saved Westrunn from many a trouble, from a murder waif, from a child kidnapping boogeyman, from dream reading warlock twins, from the Horned King himself, whoever the hell that is. Well, you guys know a little bit about who that is. The demon prince of hunters and slayers, the creator of Minotaurs, the great demon Lord Baphomet. You seem to have ruined his day and saved all of Western. That no shortage of praise has been thrown in your direction. Money, recognition, writs of recommendation, job opportunities, all kinds of good shit. And so you all find yourselves now at the home of Lord Estrix here in Westrunn. Not his home per se, as it was described to Ember, but of an associate that he is staying with during the duration in Westrunn. Ember, having successfully completed the, as it's been dubbed, the Game of Elements, being the victor over the four warlocks, has been invited to the salon in celebration, and he and his party are welcome all to attend, and he will be lavished with praise and good excitement, is what the notes seem to state. So, you are all left off at the door. You are come by horse and carriage at Estrix's, or Estrix, excuse me, at ooh, how does that plural? Estrix's, there we go.
yes.
Releasing his carriage to you. You will find yourselves here, and as you sort of walk up, you see this grand home here, which you have been to before, Ember. We have a very important question for all of you. As I did ask last session, what are you all wearing to this noblest of salons? The most fancy event you've all attended together.
Yeah, we posted them. Let me find it.
All right. Man, I'm the only one out of the loop.
You asked us to post them last time, and we did, but I think you weren't watching the chat.
No, all right, I'll scroll up.
Yeah, they're way up there.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, you guys...
We talk a lot.
Damn, you all liking each other? No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure I'll scroll to the top at that point, at some point.
I can repost mine. I don't mind.
No, it's okay. I'll find my way up there. But it's more for me than... It seems to be more for me than anything at this point. Anyway, you're all very fancily dressed. All ready to go in there. Does Fen have like a little bow tie or anything, do you think, Zarvolg?
Yes.
Sure, yeah. I mean, the outfit that I posted for Zarvolg had a bit of a ruffle to it. So we'll assume that Fen also has a matching ruffle.
Like an ascot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fen has an ascot. I love it. I fucking love it. You all make your way through the front doors of Lord Estrix's, the place where it's all happening, the little salon in your honor, Ember. You all make your way through into this very fancy foyer, which again, Ember, you have seen before. This beautiful marbled, open top foyer. There is this isn't a one-to-one, but there's beautiful art on the walls depicting all sorts of good stuff. There's 4 very large pictures. One is, this is all like high Renaissance art. It's beautiful, surely worth thousands of gold pieces each. There is a beautiful image of a blasted flaming sort of landscape with the sun peering down over the landscape. There is an image of a sort of a beautiful visual of sort of underwater, a seabed of coral reef as sunlight seems to sort of preen down across it all. The third painting is of a brilliant castle up in the clouds, up above the sky, where the light beams down upon it. And lastly, the only one that doesn't seem to have much light about it, there seems to be, it's almost like a dwarven city, an underground, subterranean, beautiful city that glints with gemstones in every corner. Gorgeous, beautiful art, surely worth exceptional sum of gold. You are all quickly regarded by a man standing at the door, a butler of sorts. He says to you all, "Welcome, my name is Nadib. I am the manservant of the house. You are also most welcome here. Sir Ember, it is a pleasure to see you today. If you'd be also very kind, if you would be willing to leave your weapons with as a coat man, I don't know. A man will come over with like a crate with like chest pieces. Fear not, a key will be given to your person so that only you will be able to access your arms. And then we will be more than happy to show you into the salon."
Okay.
Yeah, all right. We start packing our arms in, I guess.
All right.
And Yvaine stops for a second before she, like, very hesitantly puts her Ashari relic. There's no way Okay. And she'll just take her hand back, like, I'm sure I couldn't piece tie it or something. I probably not a thing here. All right.
So you do put it in there? Cool. You all put it in there. Wands, foci, swords,
daggers in there.
Daggers, exactly. You fill them all up. Each of you, it is locked before you. You see the lock is locked with a key. You are each handed the key to your personal chest, and says, "Very good. Thank you very much." He claps. You see another butler from the side sort of enters the room with these little champagne flutes, and sort of offers one to each of you to enjoy at your leisure. And says, "Now, if you have your refreshments and you are ready to go, if you please be so kind as to follow me right this way." And he begins to make his way up the stairs, if you all are willing to follow.
During this entire time, Zarvolg has been absolutely like fussing with his clothes. He can't stand them. and he's like he's pulling it like the seam like inside the like tie of his pants and stuff. And he says in Undercommon, "Witch, help me."
In Undercommon, I'll say you have to stop fussing with it. It's uncomfortable. You can't move in it. I think that's the point. They don't want us to hit anything, so they're binding us up and taking our weapons. And all of this is in Undercommon.
Jewel's wearing a mask over her scar. Jewel has his ornate porcelain mask over the scar, so it looks less intimidating.
Little masquerade.
Yeah.
Fenn's got an ascot and like a deformed scar across his face. It looks like the most deadly war dog with an ascot you've ever seen. But still like it's not like a show dog in any sort of way. So just kind of like walking around, sniffing things. Just like we'll follow your orders exactly, Zarvolg, but is not a show dog at all. Is very much just sort of like it's actually an outdoor like sort of free range ranger dog. So it very much begins to sort of explore the space. And some like servant off to the side is like, no, please, off you go, shoo, bad boy. And he goes, "Oh, you're taunting me," and sort of walks away. You guys all make your way up the stairs, to which the manservant, as you get to the very top, and opens the door, says, now presenting the Aurora Concordant and their leadership, Sir Ember. And there's a polite applause from those assembled. You enter into a room in a very grand sort of way, to which you will see that there's a couple residents inside, which I am going to reveal to you all first and foremost. But I'm going to put your things down so my brain doesn't hurt because the immersion isn't feeling right. Perfect. Okay, you see that there's about 5 individuals inside, 2 of which you recognize. The first of which is Lord Estrix, who is dressed in a fine, long orange overcoat. It does have like sort of a sash over the top, very military, with sort of like a flair of just sort of like noble, whatever the season's most like sort of finery is. And he approaches and says, Ember, welcome, good to see you, my boy.
Pleasure to see you, sir.
He comes up to you, and he gives you a very sort of polite, sort of just like a little hug around the back, and then sort of exits and says, and welcome, friends of Ember. It is good to see not all have attended tonight, but this will do just fine. You are all most certainly welcome here. Says, fantastic. Well, allow me to show you around the room and meet some of my close associates who I've been working with for some time, Ember. And might I add, my competitors in this little competition we had put forth. Worth meeting, each and every one. You are brought forth by Estrix to meet a number of individuals, the first of which is standing next to Alice Sylph. Who is here, and she is dressed in a beautiful backless sort of dinner gown, gorgeous. But she's, in which she reveals her like pretty shredded back. She's pretty beefy, in a good way. She looks fantastic, and she happens to be standing beside a rather, I'll say, eccentric looking individual. You see this sort of androgynous looking individual, dark brown skin, has sort of gray upper lip lipstick, a number of jewels integrate into long black hair that flows in sort of expertly done braids, some small that lead into a longer back braid, jewels and diamonds wrapped into the hair very intricately. Beautiful blue and white vestments that sort of drape down and long. A truly gorgeous individual. And Estrix says, allow me to introduce to you all, this is Amir Ferzoum El Bakalan. And he says, no, please, it is a bit of a mouthful. You may, of course, all refer to me as Farus. I think we can all be on first name basis tonight, is it not? And this is the winner, is it not, Mr. Ember? And he sort of puts a hand forth to like kiss your knuckle sort of thing, and he does. And he says, expertly done, expertly done. My good, my associate here has told me so much about your skill in battle. Estrix says, we could dispense with the fluff. I think we all know what we are here. He goes, very well as it is. My warlock, Alice here, has told me a great deal of your skill, young Ember.
I claim no particular skill. We work very well as a team, and that's where the real strength lies.
Faruz sort of chuckles. Well, that is not the rumor that is going around in these halls tonight. As I am to understand that Johila is still rather sore about her warlock having been run out of town by you, Mr. Ember.
We had a discussion about the way things need to go forward.
He started it.
He started it, did he? I have no doubts. The Earth Warlocks always tend to be a little brutish, if I might say so. Well, applauds to you, Ember. You are the winner, and I have no doubts that skill was brought to bear. Unless, of course, Alice, you were embellishing the tale of your defeat. She goes, not at all, Great Emir. I was astounded by Ember's not only skill at spellcraft, but cunning. Cunning and knowledge of what to do next. A man of action, I'd say.
Thank you, Alice. Your prowess in combat was magnificent to see.
She sort of nods her head. She says, "You are far too kind, Ember." Well, we'll have to see what happens next time we have one of these little philanthropy events. Maybe I'll get the upper hand next time.
I look forward to the opportunity, man.
Farouz says, or Asterix says, well, good Emir, I think I'm going to take Ember and introduce him to the other two. And he goes, of course, but hopefully all, maybe some of you get a chance to converse later tonight. You're all such a colorful group, and I am such a fan of good color.
Zarvolg looks at his own red skin. Yeah, good color.
He just winks at you, or they wink at you. I have posted a handout for Farouz Al-Barkan on Roll20. Next, he sort of brings you across the hall to two individuals now. Both of them very clearly a female. One is draped in a sort of wash of warm and cool, just silks and robes and jewels. And she's rather large. She has long black or brown ringed hair. And then standing next to her, you see a much sort of lither but taller, very sort of tan-skinned woman with long black hair, sporting a number of sort of emerald jewels and brass jewels across her person, with a long white with brown robe, with sort of little detailings of like gold into the silks. These I purchased these two women, and Estrix says, now allow me to introduce the other two sponsors of this evening. The first of which, and he refers to the taller, darker-skinned woman, and says, this is none other than Noyen Juila. And she looks at you all somewhat gruffly, her amber eyes sort of turn to you, Ember, and says, you're the warlock coupon. Very... well, from what I hear, you are exceptional in combat. It seems that Estrix knows how to pick them.
Thank you.
Well, you've taught me something, Estrix, of warlocks and how to pick them. No more Goliaths for me, it seems. Estrix kind of says, well, you always did tend to go for brawn over the brain. If we're being quite honest with ourselves, Juhila. She sort of just kind of grunts, kind of folds her arms and looks a little off-put, a little sore even. I'll post there's a handout for her now. And says, and now, of course, standing with her, Estrix says, would be Lady Caboose. Lady Caboose goes, well, I have to say, it was a magnificent competition. It is terribly unfortunate that my warlock happened to expire during the course of the battle, and all of the eccentricities. It's good to see that you are quite a survivor, then, young Ember. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise, ma'am.
Indeed, and these are all your friends. Welcome, one and all. I'm so very glad to see you. So glad to see that such great service can be made to the city of Westrunn. Indeed.
We are one and all happy to be of service.
A creature of humility, Estrix, not your usual sort. Well, Ember's something, clearly, special talent, I would say, amongst the rest. I would have been a fool not to have seized the opportunity to bring this young man into my service. He sort of raises a glass in the hall and he says, "Everyone, I propose a toast. As we have all met the fine Ember and the Aurora Concordant, I propose a toast now to my warlock, to Ember. May his flames ever burn bright, and may his glories be many." And there's a, yeah, yes, quite, yeah. And everyone has a little drink. Estrix says, "Well, now that we're all here, I think the time has come to reward our young warlock." With that, he sort of claps his hand, the music ceases for a moment. And he sort of like, kind of takes center stage, if you will, sort of stands in the middle and says, "Ember, when I met you in your tavern in Amon, I knew I saw something in you. Not just the fire under your skin, but something of the mind. I think some people have commented here that you are not only a creature of capable spellcraft, but you have something that the rest of these other warlocks apparently did not have. A keen mind at your back. And yes, of course, skilled warriors and friends as well. And more than that, you saved Westrunn. So, Ember, we have a little gift for you." He produces from, or actually, no, he doesn't. He's not holding it. He's a lord. He sort of snaps his fingers, and a servant enters the hall bearing a long, thin, just beautifully polished red wood chest. Just holds it in his hand like this and sort of approaches Lord Estrix and kind of bows his head. And Estrix opens it and sort of gestures to show you, Ember, and you see this long, thin wand that is indeed red. I'm gonna give you the proper description.
Oh, what's that do?
It is a long, it's a wood. It's a sort of orangish wood, and it's sort of laced around with what looks to be like silver or mithril or something, intricately laced around the length of the wand. And at the tip of it, there's a sort of faint little orange light. And he says, "You're a man of flame. Only fitting that the wand of fireballs comes into your possession, my friend."
Oh, my.
You hear Farouz says, "His light burn bright indeed," and there's a amongst the hall. He says, "Please take it. It is part of your reward tonight." There's another applause amongst the hall for Ember.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, back to your drinks, everyone. Back to your drinks. And everyone sort of goes back to carousing and says, "Ember, when you have a moment, come find me. I would like to speak with you in private. But feel free to take as long as you wish to carouse and mingle and enjoy your glories of the day, my friend."
Thank you, sir.
And he sort of heads off, and he will go rejoin the Emir, Farouz, over with Alice. And you guys are free to sort of wander and meander and do what you will in the salon.
Hey, Amber, what's that stick do?
It will create a large bloom of flame.
Oh, nice.
Enough so that it would probably fill this entire space.
Oh, my.
I would like to approach Alice.
Very well. You approach Alice. She's sort of standing politely at her patron's side, and you approach her, and she says, "Hello again. Yvaine, was it?"
We never actually met. I was the spider when last you saw me, but yes, I'm Yvaine.
She says, "Oh, not the whole time. I seem to remember when the hellfire started running down, you began to look a little more like this."
True.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, formally then.
That was... There were 4 players. And they made a game of a nightmare situation. You didn't hesitate to put down your stake in this, to do what was right. That takes extraordinary character. And I just think that's really brilliant. And I wanted to say so. Also, the way you took control over the circle and then used the demon and sent it away, clutch, you are genius. All right, I'm done. But I have to say
Well,
at least that.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there's some out there that might disagree with you, but well, Westrunn's safety was what was the priority. Everything else was just for the fun of it, I suppose.
Anyway,
Thank you for saying so, and well done for helping Ember to have cleaned up this town.
we work together.
Indeed.
And she'll nod and walk off.
Okay.
Wasn't there a halfling sailor around here somewhere?
I think he died.
That's what I'm getting at. Oh man, he didn't make it.
Does anyone wish
Alright.
to speak with anyone? Do anything?
Ember is actually going to walk up to the more stocky built lady whose name you gave me, and there's a handout, but I closed it.
No worries. Caboose is her name. Lady
Yes.
Caboose. Absolutely. You approach Lady Caboose.
I'm terribly sorry about your.
For what?
I was left with the impression from your introduction that you're I don't know what the right term is. You didn't make it.
Oh, yes, my warlock. Yes, no. No, he unfortunately did not make it. From what I hear, the realms here are still scraping him off of his roof at somewhere in there, which is terribly unfortunate, and I appreciate your sympathies, young Ember. Very kind of you. It is unfortunate, but I am not without my other resources at hand, so I will not be so sore-handed that things may not progress in the right direction.
Did he have a family that?
No, I don't believe so. The reason I actually picked him, he was a pirate, in fact, based out of Wildmount. But he was doing some shipments here in Tal'Dorei. He was in the area, so I thought, oh, why not make him my champion for this little thing? Unlike him to get killed, he's usually so capable. Well, was so capable, unfortunately.
Perhaps it's our distance here from the sea.
Perhaps. It was always better of the sea. Never had stuff to become a captain. Unfortunate. Well, nothing to do but move forward.
Well, again, my condolences.
I see. Tell me, young Ember, it has been a matter of some discussion in these halls. You and your friends visited the Ashari in your travels.
Yes, we did. We were in Zephyr for a period.
Zephyr, very excellent. Yes, Lord Estrix had let slide that you all had relationships with the Ashari. Very interesting indeed. Well, what was it? It was, I do believe there are some in the hall here who mean to make for Amon. Was it not you? As she's still standing near towards Jahila, it says, well, what of you, Jahila? I believe you had mentioned that you had an interest in going to a mall alongside Lord Estrix, had you not? And she said, yes, it was, there were plans indeed for me and Estrix to begin making travel towards Amon. We are quite interested in seeing different things in Amon. And Caboose says, and is it not your ambition to visit the Ashari of Terra? Is it not? She says, well, thank you so much for your vocalizations, Caboose. Yes, it is of my ambition indeed to visit Terra at some point. Well, young Ember, perhaps you have some relationship with the lands of Terra.
I have a friend who is originally from Terra.
But she goes, well, that's quite excellent. Perhaps you would be willing to make an introduction.
I'm certain that I can ask. The answer to every question that is never asked is no.
I suppose that is quite true. Caboose says, you'll have to excuse Juhila. She's sort of a little more, how do we put it, a little more, unrefined. And she sort of puts her hand on her shoulder as if, like, just playing a little joke, and Juhila kind of... she goes, no, she's a little more, direct. A little more direct sort of individual. Don't take her curtness for, impoliteness, if you will, young Ember.
Oh, I didn't, and I will turn to address Jahira. Your champion was very zealous and very straightforward and direct, which I would imagine in many circumstances would serve him well. The particular situation that he thought he was prepared for was not the one he thought he was getting. He had to be confused with somebody else.
What you mean to say, Ember, which is what we're all thinking here, is that he was a blasted fool.
He was youthfully exuberant.
I can see why Estrix likes you. Rest assured, he is going to be properly reprimanded for his lack of intelligence and cowardice.
I like this one.
Who's your friend, Ember?
The one from Terra or this gentleman?
Oh, the gentleman who just spoke to me.
That would be Zarvolg the Grim, Master Hunter.
I'll have Fen in my hand. Nice to meet you.
Ah, I see. A hunter. Well, it's very interesting to meet you. It's not usual to see hobgoblins so far north.
It is not. I plan to rectify that one day.
I see. Tending to move the peninsula north.
Something of that effect.
Have to be keeping my eye on you then, I suppose. Changing the world and all. But yes, anyway, Ember and Caboose, me and you have to have a conversation about you speaking for me. But in the meantime, yes, Ember, please, whenever you have time in this little evening of ours, I'd be more than happy to meet your other friends, the one associated with our Northern Earth tribe.
I will catch her between engagements, and I will bring her upon personally.
You're too kind. Thank you. Her and Caboose go back to sort of talking, or they part ways and go to refill their drinks and tend to the snack table. Who else? Is there anybody else who wishes to speak, talk? Any of the above? Yvaine, you are approached by Emir Farouz without Alice. He just sort of you not so much approaches, but maybe you're like at the like little snack table, like looking over what they have, and he just sort of appears as he does. He says, you know, goblet in hand. He says, "I don't think I ever got your name."
And now I'll introduce myself. I am Yvaine of the Earth Ashari. I don't know if I should shake. Oh.
Yeah, he'll kiss your knuckles. Says, "Of the Earth Ashari. It is very interesting. There's been some gab about you, I suppose, around these parts."
Oh?
Yes, Lord Estrix, being the cunning man that he is let slip here and there that your party had some interactions with the Ashari. I suppose you would be that interaction as a whole.
I suppose so. Yeah. There were some poachers in the Summit Peaks. We dispatched of them.
In Zephyra?
Well, outside of Zephyra.
Outside of Zephyra. But you've been to Zephyra if you've been that close, surely.
Yes, of course.
It just so happens that I was going to be traveling there quite next. After our little soiree here is done, now that Westrunn has been alleviated of its issues, I had had some interest in visiting the Arashari and seeing their civilization. Hopefully, we're getting a chance to meet the voice of the Tempest herself, perhaps, if I am lucky.
Tempest, I hear, moves quite a bit. She wasn't in when I was there. What's your interest in the Arashari? It's so rare that we get visitors. I don't know, maybe Zephyr's more cosmopolitan with the windmills and such, but in her, it's... I mean...
It is a place of elements. It is a place of the primeval, and I hear, as of recent, a place of growing collision between civilization and those natural tribes. It is something of great interest to me and my group, me and my allies here. I was thinking of heading there and maybe even partaking of the company of our good caboose, and sort of gestures to the larger lady at the back, going oh to whoever's talking.
Well, I am certain you won't have to climb it, which will be nice for you because we did, and it was awful.
Oh, look at me! Do I look like a climber, dear?
There's no inn. There are no facilities as grand as this. It's the city. It's a village. It exists for one reason.
He puts his hand on your shoulder, and he goes, "Oh, do not worry, Yvaine, about my need for creature comforts. I am a man of great means." But you say you've been there. I don't know if it is who would be best in your group, but you know, I would be very appreciative if you'd be willing to write me something of a letter of introduction. If you are uncomfortable, I'd be more than happy to speak to Estrix or Ember, but it would certainly smooth things over.
No, I will pen a letter to Corin.
Corin, very well. Well, thank you very much, and perhaps you might entertain me with some understanding of who I might meet there.
Absolutely, no.
Kind of brings you over to one of the couches. You sit by the fire. He very much is that type of individual. Wow, words didn't work there. He's very much that type of individual who like drapes across the couch, or you know, he doesn't merely stand or sit. He drapes, and he sort of drapes across the couch with wine. And listens to your tales and laughs. A very charismatic, very easy to talk to individual, and you'll hear your stories of Zephyra. And if you're willing, paper and parchment will be brought, and you can write a little letter of introduction, or you can wait till later, whatever you prefer.
Oh, I will pen it as we speak, working She's been working on her handwriting. She writes every night, so it's probably beautifully penned. At least I would hope so.
Do you have a calligrapher's set? Oh, you don't need a they'll bring you a calligrapher's set. Just for fun, as you're not proficient, I believe. Make me just a flat dex. Make me a flat dex check. See how it goes.
Dex.
Yep. See your articulation.
Okay, that's not bad. It's not bad. It's a 16. But like Dex, I got nothing.
It's finely penned. You pen, and it's very nice, elegant letters. One that I think would be quite pleasing for an individual of such status. You pen this letter, and you tell him a little bit of Zephyra. Fantastic. Moving right along. Why don't we bring Easton in if he's around? Welcome. Easton arriving a little bit late to the show. You are shown upstairs, Easton. They do ask you to if they could secure your arms from you, and they will hand you a key to the chest that will bear your arms. So that is done. You presumably are in fine clothing, and you are shown to the main salon. To which the main butler says, "Now presenting." What was your name, sir?
Easton.
Now presenting Easton of the Aurora Concordant. And there's a little applause from around as people sort of take a look and take note of you, Easton.
I'm still looking at where I left, like towards the direction of where I left my rifle. Just make sure you aim it. Just keep it away from faces. Hello. I'm sorry I'm late. Can I sit down somewhere? And he's wearing a very nice ruffle.
Yeah.
On his gun, on his thing. And he normally has I don't know if you guys remember from the first time I described him. He's got nice clothes underneath an old raggedy jacket. So he gave it a little polish, but he's clearly as anxious as you guys have seen him. Very much wearing that 8 charisma.
At the front door, the manservant sort of welcomes you in and says, "Will I be taking your jacket from you tonight, sir?"
Yeah, of course. Do I hang it? And I toss it over his shoulder.
And you toss it over his shoulder and kind of stroll in, and you do watch them put your arms in a chest, close it, lock it with a proper padlock, and they hand you the key. So it's well locked away, and you are shown into the main salon.
I immediately find a. Honestly, I think if I'm walking in on what I'm seeing here in the screen.
Yeah, you see the Aurora Concordant sort of mingling with a number of individuals who.
Jewel
I
is
don't
not
believe you've
mingling.
seen...
Jewel is standing on the side, thinking, "Oh wow, I'm very uncomfortable right now."
Got it.
So Easton's gonna plant right next to Jewel, kind of sliding in and being like, "Did I miss anything? Just more of that."
I think I may have swindled some of these people in dice. I'm reluctant to say.
That seems like a normal good night then. I'm sorry I'm late. I just
You haven't missed much.
Oh yeah. Do my eyes look weird, Jewel? And he offers his face to look at his eyes.
I should look at his face and do they look weird?
So my excuse for him being late is that he was messing around with mutagen crafts, been sneaking them around. But I'm not sure. I don't want to make it a thing. That's the explanation.
Yeah, I'll get you what. I'll tell you what. Make me an intelligence-based alchemy tool check. So just you should be proficient. Make me a proficient intelligence check to see how your tinkering went or your experimenting went.
I should have logged into my sheet before setting up soon, but I'm on a completely new computer and stuff, so just give me one more second. I'm sorry, you guys.
No worries.
Cool. So that's an alchemy. And yeah, I do have proficiency with that.
Yep, so proficient intelligence check.
Hey Ryan,
Mm-hmm.
would it have been possible for Jewel to bring her lyre with her?
Yeah, they would have allowed you to bring your lyre. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a nat 1.
Oh shit.
You look at Easton's eyes, and you know, one of them's fucked up because it's on the side of the face that's like been fucked up. The other eye is both bloodshot and like fully dilated, like he's high on cocaine or something like
Easton.
that, to that extent.
Have you been
Well, is it my shirt? Is it not clean? I'm sure it was gonna be clean. I
your
made sure I
shirt,
cleaned
your
it.
shirt is fine. Your shirt is fine. Your eye is
My eye. It's
It
my
looks
eye.
like-
Too. I mean, a little late to the getting at my eye. You know, it's the hunter's band. I mean, do you mean something else? Is there something else in my eyes? What do you mean?
it looks like it's been poked a lot.
I think that's
It's
celerity,
very
by the way.
very bloodshot. Have you been drinking?
No, I'm drinking. No,
Have you been smoking?
No. Oh, Jewel, I'm offended that you even suggest. I just I've been testing a few of my supplies, and
Oh,
it's noticeable, isn't it? Oh,
that must be what it is. It's fine.
Okay, so it's important. All right, Jewel. If I'm gonna tell anyone, you should know first. I have been working with a particular new set of materials, and that's
I'm gonna quickly message you here, Easton, just super duper quick.
Yeah.
And this is just what I think makes sense happen with your now.
Sure thing.
You keep going.
As a hunter, I have been, well, for lack of better words, experimenting on myself.
Oh, Easton.
Just recently, right before this event. I think that was a bad idea. I figured, you know,
It may have been perhaps a little more prudent to try it, not before an event. But if you are feeling okay, I see no problem with it.
It looks so enticing, and I would you believe me if I told you I ran here a lot faster than I normally ran? It was just like gone with the wind, you know. It felt like the breeze was in my hair, and it just, but perhaps you're right. Experimenting with this wasn't the best idea, but
if anyone asks, just say that you had a few drinks too many last night celebrating, and I'm sure they will understand.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. That's a good one. Like you said, you know, as they say, curiosity killed the. Sorry, Jewel, you know, I was very curious. And when the time comes, okay. Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
But you look very striking tonight, Easton.
Oh, I do. But okay, good. That's good.
She'll straighten out his ascot a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
And she'll stand there, kind of like feel like a sore thumb sticking out because not many tobacco around here.
He's gonna like scratch himself occasionally, but he's just gonna try and chill out and be as inconspicuous as this lets him be.
You try to be conspicuous, but you basically look like you're like tweaking out in the corner. You're like itching and like sort of like scratching and just like can't stand still, and it draws a little more attention than you might like. And everyone seems to see your sort of like wallflower situation here. So they, you know, you're not really approached. At least not yet. Fantastic. Is there anything else? Who else got people want to talk?
Yeah, if I catch Easton doing the standing in the corner, not having something to do with his hands, fidget, fiddle, whatnot, I'll scoot by the buffet table. I'll get a few things on a plate, get him a drink, bring them to him. Here, these would be for you.
Ember, my friend, it's you look lovely. What you're wearing, this is great. I should get your tailor. Where did you find out when we went shopping?
Yes,
sorry.
yes, I did.
And he takes like a cautious bite. He's not necessarily. It's more like eating for the sake of I'm in a place to eat more than I'm hungry.
And that, so you're like, yeah, I'm just eating because like to look, and then you bite into whatever this is, and it's some like, sort of like jelly filled sort of like pastry, and it's like really good.
You see that? You see kind of like the Shaggy Scooby, like they just ate. Oh, and he starts scarfing down a little bit.
Just gonna just gonna take out the lyre and just kind of pluck at it idly to calm her nerves.
Got it. You just kind of, yeah, a little light plucking, no problem. Which seems to be, you know, yeah, there's already a band playing, so they kind of override, but you kind of quietly pluck in the corner, no problem.
Yeah, I'll pluck along with the same melody that they're playing.
Okay, cool. It is very much like what you were hearing now. Very sort of, you know, elegant strings and such. But yeah, you pluck along. Are you doing this like loud enough to like be heard as a performer, or are you just kind of doing it to yourself? Okay.
Just a little bit nervous and.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. What about you, Yvaine? I saw a hand earlier.
Yeah, while I'm talking with Peruse and he's very clearly schmoozing me, I'd like to make an insight check.
About what?
What are his intentions in Zephyra?
Okay. Sure. Make an insight check to see if there's any diabolical intent.
Oh, I'll take that. An 18 on the dice, but I think I'm going to add 7. Just let me check my character sheet because I think it's a +7. So yeah, +7. So 25.
25. It's difficult to say. He displays no sign of like or anything like that. He doesn't let on that he is he doesn't let on his intentions at all, in fact, which might have its own, you know, you could ask him about that if you wish. But nothing so far has sort of pricked your ear in the wrong direction necessarily.
I did ask him. He gave me a very nothing answer.
Yes, he did.
Oh. That's all I wanted.
Okay, sure. Yep. And as you finish your letter of introduction, that's just sort of taken away by a servant. He says, I'll be sure to read of it later. I give you great thanks. It is a difficult path to the top of the mountain from what I hear. And it should be, should it not? Yes, very well. But I will not, how do I put it, steal too much of your time. Allow you to carouse with who you please. And I will find someone else to bother. Thank you. And so he does. He sort of very kindly leaves your presence. Let's see. Who else? Does anybody else have stuff they want to do?
Well, if I see Yvaine get socially free,
Mm-hmm.
I will come over. Jahila was looking for an introduction to you. She has some forthcoming business in Terra, and she wanted to meet you.
If she offers a hand, I'll extend my hand. If she nods, I'll like whatever is appropriate to greet her. She's obviously not human.
Got it. She's by appearance, she seems to be like a lady, like a noble lady. And as you sort of approach, she kind of, but she does seem to be sort of gruff, almost like sort of that like, a little hard-headed. So you kind of approach, and she doesn't do the whole like, all of that nonsense. You get the sense that she's not really into all that, but she kind of like she very kindly like, just like a slight bow. She has the etiquette. And she says, "It's good to meet you. You are of the Ashari. I've been told by Ember here that you have relationships with Terra."
My home. I'm Yvaine of the Earth Ashari.
It's a pleasure to meet you then, Yvaine of the Earth Ashari. I see. Tell me some of your home. I have read much, but not seen it with my own eyes. I hope to one day soon.
Well, it's a very, very small town in the middle of the northern reaches of the Cliffkeep Mountains, with a population of about 860 people, all of whom I know. It exists to serve the Rift. There are no grand libraries or any of the comforts you see here. We have not an inn or a tavern, like there's a tavern, but it's nothing like they have here. We are a people with a purpose.
And this is interesting to me.
Why?
Well, she kind of like looks at you, kind of like looks past you, and she says, "I'm being quite honest. Farouz, I think he is, how do I put this? I think he's insufferable to spend too much time in the same room with. And I know he has,
when she
great
says that, Yvaine, like, visibly exhales.
She kind of like sees that and kind of like smiles and understands, and she says, "Yes, he's going on and on and on about learning something of the culture of the blah blah blah, all this nonsense about culture and art and such."
I'm unaccustomed to royal manners and demigods, so please excuse me for being coarse. But if you're going to Terra, you should expect this. I don't understand why someone who is so incredibly powerful, such as yourself, and then someone else who is also so incredibly powerful are looking to go to centers of elemental power. You can understand why that, makes me itch.
Well, I don't know if I know why it would make you itch, but because raising eyebrows, it seems that we can dispense with more and more of these formalities. We've met some of these warlocks. Ember, you have met with Alice. We all have our vested interests in the elements. And my vested elemental interest is the earth. And Farouk's is the air. Farouz is the heir, as I'm sure you suspected by his lovely assistant. I wish to learn something more of the element I mean to embody. I don't go for comfort to say there's purpose. I go to understand that purpose.
Then I shall ask you directly. Do you mean to become headmaster?
Headmaster? Of the Ashari?
Is it your intention to become Heart of the Mountain?
No. No, I have no intention of leading these people. I have never met another Ashari until today, it seems. I suspect if I went there with the intention of becoming the headmaster of the Ashari, I would be run out. Down, as it were.
There seems to be a bit of that going on in Terra right now. I've been away for a while, but words come to me that people are flocking to Terra hoping to gain the Aramente. They're certainly
I've heard of
powerful
this
enough for it.
Aramente. Was not aware that a new headmaster wasn't even needed in Terra.
Neither was I.
Well, I guess I would retort and ask, is that your intention?
No. No, it isn't. Not at all.
She sort of like looks at you with sort of a piercing gaze. She says, Sure you don't. But you mean to return, yes?
Yeah,
You speak
so
of it so languidly.
there's a huge story, but I left one way with a certain commitment, and I basically am returning home to tell them that that wasn't the right path, and then probably to head out again.
See. Well, I shall say this. Me and Estrix had plans to travel to Iman. We both have business there. As I am led to believe that is on the way to Terra. Perhaps you might meet me there sometime in Amon if you find yourselves there in the near future, in the next month or two. And, perhaps we will discuss business. Perhaps you might even, perhaps I might even be willing to pay you a fine sum to travel there. Nothing better than going home for money.
I think I should like to get to know you better. So I would love to see you in Iman if you have the time.
I would be happy to make the time. You all are so capable, and I hear the north is quite dangerous, so I only get the best, and I get what I want.
Thank you for allowing me to speak freely without being overwhelmed.
Oh, I suspect that it wasn't so much of a request, and nor should it be. A woman should always be free to let her mind be known.
Thank you.
Nods. She looks over at you, Ember, and says, and just kind of gives you a nod of like, thanks. And we'll sort of kind of depart company to go carouse with someone else.
Yeah, I will probably find my way to the corner with Jewel and Easton.
The party starts wallflowering as hard as they can. That's 3. That's more than half. Incredible. What about Zarvolg and Ember? Is there anything else for you two?
I'll go ahead, Ember. I think you were supposed to meet with some folks, right?
If you don't have anything, my next step is to walk up to Estrix and say if now would be a good time. I don't happen to have any social obligations.
Says, well, excellent. Please, right this way. I would wish to speak in private quarters. And he will whisk you away to sort of a private... These are bedrooms. I didn't mean for them to all be bedrooms. I'm going to just do a little remodeling real quick. Fantastic. He brings you to a side sort of like study. And the music sort of dims. He sort of pours a glass of like whiskey or something, and he hands you a glass. And he says, well, Ember, I must say, meant every word I say wasn't all just for show. When I came to your tavern, I never suspected to meet such a intelligent and talented individual as yourself. You've done quite well.
I've been fortunate with the people that I've fallen in with. They are a magnificent group, and we complement one another well.
Your humility does you credit. Some credit, Ember. And he sort of mills around the room and he says, I'll tell you, it's been some time since I've had someone I can rely on as well as I've relied on you. I've had warlocks in the past, but they've always fallen short in one way or another. But you, Ember, you have fire in your veins, you wield the power of the warlock well, and you are smart. Smart in a way that I haven't seen in a mortal before. I'm very impressed. And with that, I would wish to show you my appreciation further, Ember. I know you just received a wand, but will I have something more? You have two hands, after all. He goes over to what was already sort of sitting in the room, is this glass box of similar length, and he opens it up and he pulls out this long rod that is of brass, and at the top it sort of goes from like a very almost sort of hard steel, sort of intricate and beautiful with arcane rune design, to sort of a flared top that kind of looks like a flame, almost like a torch. And he hands this rod to you, and he says, this is something of a unique item amongst your kind, and one for patron to give to his warlock in a sign of appreciation. These are known as the rods of the Pack Keeper. And you, my friend, have kept your pack well. So,
Thank you, sir.
you're quite welcome. A second gift to you, and hopefully you'll feel your fight has a little more sting to it. This is a +1 rod of the Pack Keeper. Now, if I might say, I do have, I've been talking to my associates, and these are indeed my closest associates. We all form a little bit of something of a union for different intrigues in the world and such. And it seems that the latest intrigue brings us to separate ways. Me and Johila intend for Imon, whereas Farouz and Caboose intend for Zephra. I just wish to let you know that I'll be heading that way, and I'll be sure to stop in with your mother and ensure everything is going well with her. If you do not yourself, of course.
We've got some additional items to take care of here in Westrunn. Our plan tentatively is to actually head to Amon. My companion Yvaine has need to return to her home by request, and that's Terra. So Amon is sort of on the way if we wish to avoid traveling through the Dwarven enclaves, which is very much what we need to avoid doing. So we're taking the long-ish way around in order to get there.
I see.
But it gives me a chance to stop at home. It gives our companion Finch an opportunity to also stop at home, as they're from Amon as well.
I see. Well, we'll be very happy to meet you and your companions in Amon, if that is where you intend. We intend to pack up the estate and begin to part ways within the week. So we will be certainly ahead of you on the way. But if you find yourself in Amon, that is where we intend to head. And I'm glad to hear that you have such intentions as well.
Absolutely. It will be good to see Mom and home, and then get Yvaine to be able to see her folks as well.
Nothing quite like family, it seems. Well,
very true.
I'll be happy to see you reunited with your dear mother. I have quite a bit of interest in Amon. I hear that there's one is tends to be a little bit of here and there at the mercy of their intrigues, and I hear that there is this rather interesting competition that is finding itself well awake in Amon that I mean to investigate. If you see me there, perhaps you might take part as well.
I would be happy to be of service.
Very good, very good. Well, that is all I wish to speak of. And what of you, Ember? Is there anything you wish to speak on?
I'm quite all right, sir. I have been well blessed with affinity and ability at your behest. I have been well blessed with companions and, dare I say, friends. I could not ask for a better second chance to do better.
I see. Well, stick with me, Ember, and I'll do everything I can to make sure that your dreams come true.
Thank you, sir. And I look forward to being of service.
Indeed. And one last thing. This, I'm already forgetting his name. Adam Volsk individual that you had brought to my attention.
Yes.
I just wish to assure you that I had a conversation with him. There was a misunderstanding. He will not be an issue any longer. I am sure you will not have to worry about crossing his path again.
I appreciate that as well.
Excellent.
He was a point of concern for
I would
obvious
agree.
reasons.
For obvious reasons, I agree completely. Not one of mine or your business ever wishes to have to cross paths with. But rest assured, you did the right thing. He will no longer be an issue.
Thank you, sir.
Indeed. Well, let us return before we are missed.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
You both return to the salon. Incredible. And as you return, Ember, you see pretty much the whole party standing against the wall.
Heavy wallflowering.
Yeah, indeed. While Ember's away, Zarvolg, you sort of, I don't know, Fenn's like, oh,
Yeah,
dog.
we're at the snack table.
Yeah, Fenn's just on the snack table, just like eating some meats, some like thinly sliced meats, and the servants are like looking at each other, but they dare not tell such a ferocious hound to back off. And as you're sort of stuffing your face, you guys are just munching at the snack table. You sort of hear like the clacking of heels, and you turn to see Alice Sift, sort of looking at you. She says, "Zarvolg, am I right?"
Yeah. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you again. If I might say, you're quite the warrior.
Yeah. So he like immediately like kind of like stuffs the last bit of whatever in his mouth and straightens up and puts his shoulders back a little bit, and he's well, thank you.
Goes, yeah, we were all taking quite a bit of hellfire there, but you're pretty quick-footed, and you found your way around that. I just wanted to express my appreciation for someone as talented as you in the craft of war.
Well, I appreciate it. That should have gone better, but you were no slouch yourself.
That's the finest compliment I've received tonight, perhaps. And who is this? And she starts like playing with Fen, and Fen like she'll roll an animal handling. We'll roll an animal handling. Okay. Fen just sort of like looks a little awkward as she kind of like roughs his chin, but he like lets it happen. He kind of like side eyes you.
He's not great with people.
Goes, and I don't suspect that's why you keep him.
No, he has other duties.
I see. I wonder, is it similar with your party? Do they keep you for your charisma or for something else?
He definitely gets a kind of a tusky smirk, right? And he's like, "Oh, I don't imagine it's because I'm the face of the group."
Hmm. Well, quite the crack shot. If I ever need one, I'll be sure to look you up, if you don't mind.
Oh, I would be honored.
Hmm. Well, kind of like looks around boredly, looks back at you, and kind of turns and exits to the party. And at that point, yeah. And at that point, Ember re-enters the hall. Cool. Do do you guys hang out or do you guys like shuffle out?
That's probably up to Ember, I suppose.
I think I've been around and made sure that I talk to all of the principals, and on my way out, I would certainly say our farewell to everybody in accordant time.
Yep. Excellent. You sort of see you see your 4 children ready to get in the camper and start heading home. And you go around to each one and say your farewells, and each one says in their turn, farewell, well done, thank you for talking, thank you for connecting me with Yvaine, thank you for this, thank you for that. You're a great talent, you're a credit to your patron, and then you find the door quite easily. And all of you find yourselves standing outside the manor, looking really good, and Westrunn is yours.
Jewel has a stash of food that she nicked from the table in
Oh,
her in like her arm drape thing.
Excellent. Roll me a sleight of hand check to see how much of that stuff you got.
Okay, cool. $19.
Yeah, you got a shit ton. You just like you pull out your Tupperware and start throwing them in there, and like whatever you want, you got it.
He manages to mask the signature Tupperware burp.
But yeah, you find yourself outside. Westrunn is yours. It is. It's a little late. It's definitely sort of late evening. You could feel a very discernible chill in the wind. Winter is well on the way. It is full autumn. At this point, the reds of the trees are beginning to show.
We need to get winter gear before we leave town.
Yes.
Yeah, I plan on doing a little shopping tomorrow, in fact.
What time is it? Like roughly 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night?
A little later than that, probably like getting close to midnight.
I do have something that I want to do after I get back, but so I'll let anybody else go that wants to do something inside town first.
Just walking back to the sun kiss.
Yeah, I think Easton's just gonna sleep off his first night with mutagens.
Yeah, the carriage remains available to sort of take you all home.
Yep.
So
Jewel gives
you are
Mick all the food that she nicked from the party.
Mick's like, this is cool. What kind of play? Oh man, this is awesome. And Mick just like just scarfs it
She'll
up.
ruffle his hair and
Yeah, absolutely no respect for the fine artistry that was put into these food. Just fully just shoving it in his mouth like an animal. Super happy. And yeah, yeah. And then he'll have like a little food nap.
itis.
For sure. Yeah, exactly. He's been living the good life lately.
Yeah.
Yeah, Easton, you head back to your shop where I think your boss, who I gotta remember the name of at this point, your boss goes, "So, Easton, good to see you here again. Taking up your room and board as usual, right?"
Yeah. Is that's still okay, right?
Say, when's the last time you put in a day of work around here, huh?
Well, we just saved Westrunn. I've been putting it off. I'll get right to it tomorrow morning. All right, I'll do even a double shift if Sarah Mutagen's going my way.
If you want to keep your room, you gotta work, you know? I'm running a shop here, not an inn.
I'll be up bright and early tomorrow morning, and I'll put in a double for you.
All right, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. There's a lot of work to be done. She like gestures to like your desk, and there's like piles of boxes of raw material just like stacked up over the week you haven't been working at all.
But I brought in a lot of cool shit. Does that work? Does that help?
You brought in a lot of cool shit? What does that mean? What kind of cool shit?
I think he left something one day there.
Oh, you mean the giant glaive you stuck in the middle of my stairwell and I couldn't get to my room?
Yeah. I ended up giving that to my buddy. He's put good use to it, but I guess it didn't really stay here permanently, so it doesn't count. Here's a question: do I look alluring to you? And I give her my like.
She goes, listen, if this is how, like, I've had employees who have tried to get their to try and sleep off their debt to work for their room and board. Okay.
No, not that way. Not that way. It's just
I don't do that kind of thing with employees anymore.
You're right. That's true. It crossed the line, but I meant more like, does my face look different to you? He starts doing like a.
Yeah. Are you like super duper high right now?
Oh.
Like you've been in the second stories of a couple buildings, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. It's been a celebratory night. I will get to that work tomorrow morning as soon as I can.
All right, consider this your written warning. I mean, I didn't write anything, but consider your verbal warning, okay? So, all right, she's a dwarf. So I better see you. I work bright and early.
I absolutely will, and he will. He will after tonight. He will wake up, work tomorrow.
It's been a week. Just have a good night. She leaves you alone. At that point, you can go upstairs and sleep. No problem. I was gonna get clean, but I got high. Is there anything else?
Oh well, if nobody has anything, I have something for the night, sir.
Sure.
All you, boss.
All right. So once Zarvolg gets home and everybody gets all settled in, he's pretty sure that like most of the continent is sleeping.
Yeah.
He's gonna pull out the Dream Cleaver. And do a little dream visit.
Yeah, we're using the Dream Cleaver, baby. Who are you visiting the dreams of?
Of course he's attuned to it, so he's kind of figured out like how it's supposed to work, but he hasn't used it yet. So he's gonna start out with something very familiar, and that's going to be a dwarf in the city of Kaimal named Birdo. What name is Birdo? Anvilheart.
Okay. You sit down, you put the Dream Cleaver sort of in front of you, you focus in on the power of the Dream Cleaver, and you feel a very strange feeling, very similar, adjacent at best, to the feeling you get when you do your primeval awareness, where your consciousness, your sort of inner feelings sort of spread and join with the land. But rather than joining with the land, you feel almost your mind's eye sort of vanish from your body and almost into the cleaver. And you find yourself sifting through sort of the realm of divination and indeed finding the dreamscape of that dwarf that you have not seen for a very long time. Currently, the dwarf is dreaming of. He's like sitting on a gilded golden chair with like rubies and emeralds, just completely like gauche amount of like wealth, literal piles of gold around, and he's just like counting like diamonds in his hand with just complete greed and obsession in his dream. And this is what you sort of enter into, and he's unaware of your presence at this time.
What a dick. No, I'm not even sorry. All right. So the first I guess I'm allowed to provide like the scenery. So the first scene
Yes.
is going to be 7-year-old Zarvolg kind of sitting in a corner and on a pile of rags, sort of half crying and half trying to like do a mean snarl. And then there's just like the shadow of Birdo like standing in, obviously standing in the doorway and kind of like spilling into the room. So there's that scene, and then that kind of washes out. And then there's a scene of maybe 12 or 13-year-old Zarvolg like being forced to carry like yokes of stones that are like way too heavy for his little body, up out of a mine or whatever. Then that's going to sort of fade away. And then there's going to be a new scene with like this magnificent picture of like Broom, who is Zarvolg's horse, and Fen running along beside it. And Zarvolg kind of, sitting up tall and riding through this throng of people that's kind of chanting for him or whatever. And he's looking as majestical as Zarvolg imagines that he can look. And as he's riding through the crowd, he kind of like he's very like proud and seems to be like taking the whole thing in, but he catches the eye of Birdo, who's in the crowd, in amongst the crowd, and he looks at him and he kind of squints and he says, you would have had me toil in stone. And then like the whole thing the whole like scenery shakes and thunder cracks, blah blah blah, and the crowd like closes in on Birdo and like pulls him down or whatever into the nightmare.
All right, you kind of hit this guy with a nightmare.
Yeah.
I will say, as you're completing the dream and you're beginning the scenarios, he falls right into step. Like, you can't control him in the dream, but you control everything else. But very much like in a dream, you just kind of like find yourselves in situations and kind of just go with it for whatever reason when you're dreaming, and he very much does. So you put yourself in that position of like the starving, sad child, and he very much like lords over you and starts shouting at you, and sort of as he's in there in that situation with the stone, he goes like, oh, I know how this works, and very much like he just seems to have not changed. He falls right into step with as you expect him to, and he sort of cracks the whip, yells for you to lift more. Very brutal man. And then as you sort of ride through this sort of dark heroic warrior, everything sort of piles in onto him, and he screams as he what's this DC?
Let me check. 14.
He definitely fails. As the phantasmal monsters that are like the leering crowds begins to fall upon him and tear him apart. You hear, I'll go ahead and roll damage. Or do you want to roll damage?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. It sort of falls in on him and he goes, and as he screams, the dream suddenly just stops and you're like pulled out of it violently. And as you are, and you kind of come to consciousness and blink, as this like violent severance happened, you expect there is a very specific reason for such a decisive severance.
Yeah, I thought that might happen. All right, good. Now I'll be going to sleep.
And you tuck into bed, happy as could be. Cool. That's the quickest of... That's the most decisive I've ever seen a backstory character killed off.
That's
And,
exactly what I was hoping was going to happen. I'm glad.
Yeah, that guy he doesn't put a lot of effort into his martial prowess or anything like that. He's kind of a bum. He is no more. And you head to bed.
Wait,
What?
did Zarvolg just Freddy Krueger guy?
Yeah, fully just
absolutely.
Freddy.
Yeah, dude, that's
Absolutely.
so cool.
Fully Freddy
Yeah.
Krueger the guy.
You
Someone
got
is
Freddy
gonna,
Krueger.
someone is gonna find Birdo in his bed dead.
Oh man, Friday the
Zarvolg
13th.
just dream assassinated him.
Oh, Nightmare on Elm Street, one of my favorite movies of all time. This is great.
Incredible. That's kind of
You're
really
beautiful.
fucking cool.
The Dreamcleaver song plays in the background.
Yeah, exactly. Dream Cleaver. Incredible. All right, you all go to sleep. You all rest peacefully, some apparently more peacefully than others, and all of you will get a long rest. Just gotta find that damn tavern you all like so much now. I'm gonna say Finch left a note at the inn that simply says, taking a couple days to train up the squire. Something like that.
Am I remembering this correctly? Were we supposed to meet the Lord Mayor again in the morning?
Yeah, I believe there was to be a meeting with Jewel concerning her affiliations and information regarding the Myriad.
And I was writing everything up, so I figured I was going also.
Yeah, it sounded like there was a couple people who were going. So yes, this morning it seems Easton has to go back to work if he wants to keep his room, and Jewel and Yvaine intend to see the Lord Mayor. I don't think there would be too much of a problem if anyone else wanted to tag along.
Oh no, I have some shopping I want to do, but you guys go ahead.
There is something that I want to do before breakfast.
Okay,
Like,
you get up very early
Wake up
before.
stupidly early.
Right on.
I
Happy
need to go to,
takes the covers and goes.
you can
wake
stay,
up.
it's alright.
As you wake up early, just looks at you and
No.
squirms under the covers.
Yeah, my pug's like that. That's a real life thing. So yeah, I'm going to grab my books and put on my biggest smile and my perkiest walk, and I'm going to take myself to Greystone Tower or Slatestone Tower, whatever it is. And
I believe it is. I always get it wrong. I believe it is Slatestone Tower.
I thought it was Slatestone.
Yeah, I do believe it is Slatestone. Yes, it
Because
is
Slatestone
Slatestone.
is
Well done.
He-Man.
I'm looking to see the Rumseer. Wherever
Got
he
it.
be.
You wake up to go to Slatestone Tower, yes, that you were familiar with. You wake up stupidly early. You go to the door and you knock on the door. You wait. Knock on the door again.
Yeah, I wouldn't knock more than twice.
Okay, you knock twice, you wait, and you turn around to leave, and as you're about halfway down the steps to leave, the door does finally open. You see a somewhat disheveled Jecht, trying to throw his clothes on as quick as he can. Yes, Miss Yvaine, good morning.
Jack, I am so sorry. I didn't realize it was quite that. I'm so sorry. When would be a good time for me to see the Rumseer?
Oh, the
I didn't want to
Rumseer.
wake him up.
I see. You did a good thought there, Miss Yvaine. I'd suggest perhaps coming midday. I would say during working hours is always good. Maybe a little past the beginning of working hours. The Rumseer likes to get a slow start to the morning.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep.
Oh, it is my job. That's quite all right. And he will close the door, and you may return a little later on. So we'll do the Easton's just working. It sounds like you wake up and you sit down at the table. There's some big boxes of materials to be used to make gunpowder, and you'll be doing a little bit of tedious work today of just sort of like alchemy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's gonna take celerity, and is that how you say that word?
Let me go look at it.
English is my second language, so I'm always like worried.
That's a great question.
Because celerity sounds like a stupid word. That's not a real word. It's got to be celerity.
I believe it's celerity.
Yeah. We've got some smart folks in this group, so I trust you guys more than myself.
CELERITY, celerity.
Yeah.
It means
Like
go
cel-
fast.
Like
Yeah,
celery.
go
IT.
fast. Yeah. Okay. Well, celerity
It's the
gives me
vampire trait.
Yeah, celerity.
my
Yeah.
dex and my max. So I have that put me at 21.
Incredible.
So I don't know if that would.
So yeah, you take out this thing and you kind of take. This is like not your first mutagen, but this will be your first successful mutagen, and you sort of, and it hurts like a motherfucker. You know it's working, right? Because it hurts.
Okay.
You feel burning in every muscle, from the tips of your fingers to the meatiest part of your calf. Just your limbs, every part of your body begins to hurt intensely. And when it comes done, you sort of feel your body and sort of twist your body, and your body has, like, even your bones feel sore. And once it sort of calms down, you feel like a little bit more like lanky, like literally physically your arms and lengths just by inches have sort of extended. Your body's almost become a little bit more sort of almost like, I don't want to say ballerina, but a little more like gymnast-like, a little bit longer, a little bit more just sort of, it feels weird in your body as your body's fully reconstructed itself in a matter of seconds.
Cool. I imagine this is how the WWF locker room in the 80s was. And I just, yeah, I'm going to just work my ass off, you know? I'm just going to, like, probably just, like, catch up on work. And because I'm really testing out these mutagens, but we've got some downtime. You know, I'm trying to get my body, trying to cycle up, you know what I mean? Get my cycle going. So
Yeah, absolutely. And as you're like working on them, and you do work fast, and you're just like, and you are working really fast. You also notice like your fingers have elongated a little bit. And as you're working, you find like, you know, when you like stand up too fast and you have like the pins and needles in your eyes almost, and you kind of like low iron situation. You find that kind of is going on with you. Like every now and then you'll just get a little blurry in the eyes and like just kind of like lose focus. You almost like are having a hard time keeping your attention. It seems like a lot of your body's energy is in your body, less than your head, and you're just like kind of having a hard time being like fully attentive, though your speed is great. Yeah.
So that's the negative wisdom. I was wondering how that would work. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it sort of turned your brain a little to mush, but your body's working way better than usual. And you work away. You work the day away. All right, coming to Jewel and Yvaine at the Lord Mayor's residence. Wherever that is. Oh, I'm on a different board. I need to go back to Westrunn. Okay. You guys make your way over there. You are welcomed inside, and you are brought into sort of a side room. Sort of a closed door, back room kind of conversation. Where would they take you? Oh, they take you up to the top floor. I don't think they would. Apparently there's not a lot of private rooms on this board, but whatever. We'll say that there's like a guard station or whatever, and you are... Oh, there you go. There's your private room. You're taken up to this almost private interview room. It's fine. We don't need to like... I think I'm more doing it for me than anything. You go to the Lord Mayor's residence. You are taken into this private room where the Lord Mayor is present along with a couple of the commanders of the Shields of the Plains, which are the guard. Lord Mayor says, thank you for coming by and to help us get to the bottom of this. A very interesting sort of opportunity you have left us.
Yes, yes. And
Well,
Jewel's uncomfortable because Jewel doesn't exactly know who she can trust.
yeah, and it is very much like you two walk into the room, and the door does sort of like sort of close behind you guys, and you have this like, oh, the two of us are in a room with a bunch of commanders of the City Watch and the Lord Mayor herself, and you're like, yeah, probably more. Yvaine, you probably don't think anything of it. You're like, you're not a criminal. You haven't done anything wrong. You're like, all right. But Jewel, you start to maybe feel that claustrophobic feeling. You're like, oh wait, this maybe wasn't the best idea. But anyway, you're treated with courtesy. You have no reason at this time to believe that like anything's gonna go bad other than sort of paranoia. She sits you guys down. She says, so yeah, these are some of my captains of the guards, and they'll be sort of attending this interview as they're going to be the ones who should know firsthand what's going on exactly. Jewel of Twilight, what's going on exactly?
This all started quite a while ago. My father came here before I did, and he got into trouble here with some pretty terrible gambling debts to the Myriad. And I came up with some money from my community, from my homeland, and was mugged on the way in. I was a child, and they took it all. And when I got into the Myriad, I guess essentially blackmailed me to do their work for them to pay back my father's debt as well as my own.
I see. All right. Well, I'm very sorry to hear of your situation. We're not totally oblivious to the ways of the criminal world. Not everybody turned to a life of crime because of evil things or whatever. I'm not, of course, accusing you of a life of crime. But the point is I understand the world is a hard place, and the people in it can be harder still. So, what else do you have for us?
And she will give a couple of names out. She'll give out the name of the dude, which was, I have it here,
I'm a dude, man.
Hollis, as her contact,
Okay, Hollis is your criminal contact.
as well as any other names that she knows from people in the Myriad, people she's associated with.
Oh yeah, and you know a lot of people, and you know a lot of crimes that have been
Yep,
associated.
including perhaps any like law enforcement she knows of that has ties, anything.
Got it. And there are a couple. No one of like guard captain station, but certainly like guards who have come into illegal gambling dens, and some that have been told to sort of maybe look the other way. A couple specific names, but many more that you wouldn't know the identities of.
Yep.
Yeah.
There are others, but I do not know their names. I just know them by sight. This is there's a job they want me to do coming up, and it may be an opportunity to pinch them if we can set a I need the details of the job first, but if we can track the items that I'm taking in some way, then you can possibly at least come down on one of their patrons and sympathizers.
Well, do you know what this thing is that you're supposed to be stealing?
Not yet. I need the details from Hollis.
All right. Well, if that's the case, gentlemen, we're going to sit on this information until after the Hazel Festival, and then we will do something about it. But until
this has to happen during the Hazel Festival before the festival is over. If not, then they make him a father.
I see. I meant the other information you have just provided us.
Oh yes.
Yes. We will perform those. We'll do something about those tasks after the Hazel Festival. But yes, we will help you with this job that you've been sort of cornered to. So we will sit tight, and we are going to cease you coming here to the Lord Mayor's residence, as I'm sure your associates might find that a little strange.
Yes.
So we will cease that, and instead I'm going to assign someone to sort of covertly work as your contact in the guard. Does that sound like does that sound like a fair idea?
Yes. Yes. Far, far more discreet. Which
Got
I
it.
prefer.
She sort of says, yeah, bring her in. You see the door opens, and you see this very formal sort of comes in and sort of like is at attention and everything. Guardswoman wearing the blues and medals. You see this orc woman enter the room, and sort of like sneers at you a little bit, Jewel, or like doesn't sneer at you, but sort of doesn't really meet your eye.
Looks down her nose at me.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
You can tell she doesn't so much like directly be like, or like fuck you, or nothing like that. But she very clearly doesn't make eye contact with you. There's like a very faint but clear tension between you and her immediately. And she says, "Lord Mayor," and says, "Yes, I believe that you had been working Jewel's case, and as it happens, she's going to be informing for us. So we are reassigning you to be her liaison to the Lord Mayor's office for the duration of the week until the Hazel Festival. Does that sound?" Doesn't ask. She says, well, that will be your assignment, guardswoman. Jewel of Twilight. This is guardswoman Suzu the Keen. She is an investigator with the Shields of the Plains.
Yes.
And she will be able to work as your liaison here with the Lord Mayor's office. She knows what she is doing.
And Jewel just simply nods, does not try to shake her hand or anything, just letting her keep that distance that she prefers.
And just to be clear, the Lord Mayor sort of says, and I'm going to be very direct with you right now, and I hope you won't mind my directness in this moment. The Lord Mayor says this, and she sort of sits across the table and says, "Listen, I sympathize with your position and your upbringing and how your arm has been bent here a bit, but the truth of the matter does remain that you are a member of the Myriad, and you have just confessed to a number of criminal associations and crimes. If you help us here, we're more than willing to see that doesn't have to be a problem. But if you decide at some point that you're unable to work with guardswoman Suzu the Keen, or cease contact with Lord Mayor's office, or disappear from Westrunn at any time, then, well, you might find your name on some bounty posters." Is that understood?
Yes. What if the concordant leaves town?
Well, then you better not.
I understand.
I'm very sorry to have to be so direct, and I appreciate your forthwitness with us, especially after all the good that you have done for this city, but I hope you understand, as the Lord Mayor of Westrunn, I can't abide a known criminal in my halls. You see her eyes kind of like flit just for a second, like to the guard captains in the room. And that's all.
Well, if I were to do some time, how long would I be doing time for? Perhaps as like an exchange for being able to leave Westrunn with my friends.
Well, between your services to the city already that have been immense, your forthrightness with this information that we will confirm, and you're helping us with this issue at the Hazel Festival, I don't want to say anything too soon, but we might be able to not have to worry about the past. We might be able to move on and let bygones be bygones and friends be friends, and you'll be welcome as a free woman with a clean record here in Westrunn. But if you should, give us a reason not to trust you, You are a criminal.
Yes, I understand.
Very well. Thank you for your understanding, and I hope this all goes well, and I hope we can move along as friends.
I as well.
All right.
This is, of
well,
course, inconvenient situation. However, perhaps we can find some good in it. Yes?
It sounds like we're going to find a lot of good in it if everything pans out. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in, and we'll let you out the back door. And I think the guardswoman will meet you at the Sun-Kissed Inn at some point today. But just Jewel Twilight, as my guard captains have recommended, just continue to move about the city as you always have, and no lead on that you are doing what you're doing. Yes.
Of course. I will. Business as usual.
Business as usual. That's exactly right. Business as usual. All right. Well, you two have a fine day. We'll discreetly take you out the back door.
Yvaine doesn't move.
Sort of like looks at you, Yvaine.
She puts
You
5
said
scrolls
dad?
down on her desk.
5
You
gold.
wanted these, ma'am?
Sorry, you said 5 gold?
5 scrolls.
5 scrolls. Got it. Okay, you put down 5 scrolls.
These are the accountings of the Ankeg situation, the accountings of the Banshee situation, the accounting of dealing with the Warlock and the Oni for the children, and then also the accounting of the tower. The 5th one is all of the information about the Ravengers that we were able to procure in our brief interaction with them.
Well, thank you very much. This is a lot more than we asked for, but it is all welcome. Thank you.
As above the table, they are all written just the way she's written letters to like subtly frame things to hide what in the same way she has. I mean, Jewel did have the final strike on the Minotaur baddie, but she has centered Jewel very subtly in the tellings of the tales where she's involved.
Make me a performance check.
God, I can't get to level 8 and then I can add something to this. Nat 20.
Very nice. Very, very, very subtly, Jewel is put to the forthright of your tales. And they will all be accepted and sort of like taken by the guard captains, and will probably be read through by someone, and the records will be taken note of. Absolutely.
And, Lord Mayor, if they have me run any games, I shall keep track of all the names of all the people who are
Thank you very
attending.
much. Yes, that would be most appreciated. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. And with that, if there's nothing else, the two of you are shown through the Lord Mayor's residence and kind of shown the back door. Yeah, you head out. Incredible. So that's you two. Zarvolg had some shopping.
Oh yeah, I got lots of shopping. Let's see. I guess the first thing is, I want to stop by somewhere and refill my caltrops. So I'd like 2 sets.
You can purchase those, no problem. There's plenty of vendors willing to do so in the market ward.
All right. And I would like to. I guess I'll go to Gilmore's to find out about getting my griffin feathers made into crossbow bolts.
Okay.
And if they don't do it there, I'm hoping they can tell me where to go.
I can tell you where to go. Just kidding.
Figured that was coming.
Let's see. How many do you have?
10.
10. Okay. He says, these are very fine feathers you have here. Let's see. Okay. I have, let's see what I can craft out of these. Or, I mean, I won't be doing the crafting per se, but a commission can most certainly be put in to do something like that. Let's see. Most standard thing is like that these feathers can be put on the edge of a standard arrow, and they'll fly a little bit more true, a little more accurate. Essentially a +1 arrow. Of course, the magic is expended after the shot is taken, but they will fly, and they'll be fine arrows.
All right, that sounds good.
Incredible. All right. Give me a second here. I'm gonna just check something. Okay, never mind. Okay, so he will accept those arrows from you, and he will charge you. There's 10 of them. 250 gold
Okay.
for 10 arrows.
Sounds good.
Incredible. And he will say, "All right, yeah, these are fine, and I think they will be done in 2 or 3 days, before the Hazel Festival, to be sure."
Great, that's just fine.
All right, I'll put a commission in. He'll accept your feathers, and in the next couple days, your arrows will be created for you.
Thank you, thank you.
All right. Is there anything else?
None here. I do want to find a glass shop and buy a glass blowing kit and start to learn glass blowing.
Okay. Let us see. So again, the market ward is a bustling place of vendors, and you can go to any number of artisan shops and you can purchase glassblowers supplies. Which is worth 30 gold pieces.
All right.
And you can happily pick those up, and you can kind of start messing around with them. But if you want to actually begin training, you'll require the services of a professional trainer in order to.
Sure, no, that's what I want. Can I express my interest in that while I'm here?
Yeah, absolutely. You can go around and look for a trainer. Oh, this is the wrong book. That would help if I'm looking in the right book. All right. That is too far. Okay. So, what is your intelligence score, sir?
Oh. 11.
11. Got it. In order to learn glassblower supplies, it's going. They all stack. It's not all at once, but it will require 10 work weeks of study.
Okay.
If you go looking for a trainer, let's see what kind of individual you bump into around here. And this is dividing plains, Westrunn. Oh man, nothing ever that cool. You find this old guy who's like a little bald, some gray hair, in a sort of tied back. He's got like goggles. And he goes, "Hello, you want to learn how to blow glass?"
I do, yeah.
Well, I'll be happy to teach you, sir. The first thing I might recommend, and this is just for free, so you know that I know what I'm talking about, don't grow too much facial hair. You wouldn't believe the mess it gets in if you're blowing and the glass is spinning and there's fire and suddenly your beard catches fire and burns your face. Not good. Not good stuff. So that'll be my first recommendation to you, sir.
Zarvolg kind of feels his face a little bit, and he doesn't actually have any hair around his mouth or chin, but he does have like long kind of mutton chops that come down. So he's a little. He kind of tries to push him back a little bit, and he's like, "Okay."
You see, you're born to be a glassblower, no doubt. I'll be more than happy to teach you the fine ways of glassblowing. My price, as it is with most trainers, is 25 gold pieces a week worth of work. But fear not, I as a trainer will follow you to the ends of the earth, as long as it's not too scary, to teach you about glassblowing, so as long as you're paying me.
Oh, well, that's even better yet. That's very convenient.
Yes, I'll travel with you on the road, or stay where you want me to stay, and I'll be happy to teach you all about the fine and underrated art of glassblowing.
Fantastic. You are hired. What's your name?
My name is Sesto.
Sisto?
Sesto, that's right.
All right. Nice to meet you, Sisto. You're coming with us.
Okay, let me just pack my bag and some snacks. And he'll go pack up his bag and put some snacks in there, and and Sesto will sort of just not follow you around necessarily everywhere, but like
Right.
he'll be made available. He'll make himself available to you at all hours, so
Sure.
you can start training with him.
Right. That's
First thing you need to blow glass is glass, and then some fire. So let's go, and you guys could begin to start looking into glass blowing.
Yes. All right.
All
So
right,
that's.
all right.
I've got to spend my day doing that.
All right, and yeah, you spend 8 hours with Sestro, who basically takes you to like a kiln in the city, as he has connections in the city, so that he can sort of get you the heat that you need to like start glass blowing. And you see, he's quite the expert. He sort of displays it. He says, "Okay, just watch me blow some glass," and he starts like blowing glass, and he's a little bit eccentric, but he does blow some fine glass, and he makes an excellent. It's hard not to say bong in this moment, so I'm going to say it. I'm going to say that like the first thing he makes for you is this like exquisite bong.
Yeah.
He's like, "There! I'm telling you, it's the future of pipe smoking. I'm telling you, no one believes me. Everyone's gonna love this baby. I just haven't figured out the mouthpiece part just right. But anyway, there, you could be just like me one day." And he'll, and yeah, and your day will go by just fine. Easton's will go by just fine as well. What about Ember, Jewel, and Yvaine? You guys have a day to spend.
My day is going to be primarily spent. I'm going to spend 50 gold.
Okay.
And I'm going to buy cold weather gear, but fine cold weather gear.
Got it. You maybe have some.
I'll do the
cold
same. I'll
weather
go with
gear
Ember.
tailored.
Go with Ember.
Yeah, you'll go with Ember. Okay.
Yeah.
You go with Ember, and yeah, Ember, you'll get some very nice attire tailored.
I'll just go with him. I was with Jewel anyway. Had to go
Fantastic.
to the market.
If you guys both want to put 50 gold pieces down as well, you guys could also have some weather gear very finely tailored to your tastes.
Is there enough of the special leather from the Minotaur to make a collar for Happy? He's tiny. He's not very big.
I understand, but I don't think he's a leather. Choose a.
Well, I wanted to get him a little something to protect him, so I was going to see if I could have it enchanted.
Well, I could make something. I mean, we just need some leather. Lisa?
Will any leather? Can I get that sanctuary put on any leather, or does it need to be like a special leather to be enchanted? Because I'll just go buy a leather collar from a shop somewhere if it doesn't have to be special.
You can just give me a minute to figure out what that item looks like here.
Oh, Joel is gonna make a little harness for him.
A harness.
The harness
Okay.
of sanctuary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy, Happy's not gonna be happy.
Oh, it'll be very comfortable,
Oh, I'm sure.
and it'll look very pretty. She'll dye the leather and everything.
You could use you can use any
Okay.
whatever you want to make this. It's just that some things carry latent enchantments. But yeah, any leather will do.
All right. So yeah, then I'll just purchase some leather for it to, because he's a tiny creature, so he's not.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they normally make leather harnesses or collars for bunnies.
For Almirage? Yeah.
No, they don't. But it's easily enough made. The guy's like, yeah, I'll have it done in like 20 minutes. And he like sits down and he'll like make you a little leather collar with a buckle.
Yay.
Happy's like back at the room with some room service. He's got like a carrot. Watching some HBO. Definitely made you pay for it.
Absolutely.
But if you wanna try and enchant it, that'll require a mage and a leather worker. Or not a mage, but an arcanist, someone who's proficient with Arcana.
So we were talking about trying to figure out how to get the sanctuary spell on that bad boy.
Yeah. Let's see here.
I figure that's less expensive than like greater invisibility, and I just don't want my little bun to take a hit. He's not very hearty.
I would say you could make a. Well, you're gonna you have to find an arcanist, and they can tell you if it's possible or not.
I just went to an arcanist. Isn't
Who?
Jerry?
Is that where you were getting the leather thing done?
No, but I went there already. We went there, just yesterday, and
Yes.
they said about how I could do this. I just don't remember all the pieces. It's like I had to get the leather collar made, and then there was something weird about the enchantment because it's a divine thing.
Yeah, that's essentially what he told you. He said the spell of Sanctuary is like not one utilized or known by. I'm gonna double check that. I'm gonna fact check that real quick. Yeah, he's gonna say that is a divine-based spell, and it's not one that arcanists utilize. So if you want that enchantment, you're gonna have to go to like a temple to get that enchanted.
All right. I know just the place. Thank you.
Cool.
Cool. Well, we would have done that yesterday, so excellent.
Cool. Do you go to what I assume you're going to is the Wild Arbor?
Yes, that would be where I went off to.
All right, yeah, you head over to the Wild Arbor. It's super cool and naturey, and you will find your BFF, whatever her name is,
Aloth Tal'Dorei.
That's right, Aloth Tal'Dorei. And you sort of come in, and she says, "Well, hello, Yvaine. How could I help you today?"
I thought I'd catch you up on what's been happening. It's been a busy 5 days.
You would be surprised how little you have to catch one up when you are considered to be the saviors of Westrunn these days.
I don't know about all that, but is it? I'm not from a big city. Is it normal for there to be this much like fiendish activity? Like this is abnormal, right?
Absolutely, it is unusual. Whenever these things pop up, the temples, their paladins, their clerics, they take it upon themselves to ensure that such horrors are kept at bay. It is, especially the scale of what happened, that is, not common.
Is it common knowledge that they were trying to bring back Baphomet? Because we have not made that common knowledge.
She looks at you with wide eyes, like, with a look of holy fuck in her face.
So when I said I wanted to catch you up, there are some things that a lot of people don't know.
The Horned
But I thought
King.
maybe you should know. Yeah. We stuffed him back in the hole, and the Rumseer has the book that was cursed and created a portal, has that under control, but we found it odd that there was an Oni with 2 warlocks that had taken 6 dozen children to perform a ceremony to bring back the Horned Lord, and at the same time, just by happenstance, a cursed tome comes to the Rumseer. Now, it could, I don't know, maybe this sort of thing is just common, but that, I don't know that I believe
not.
chances that, chancy.
Well, it is not common. Such planar evils do not stir unless... it's not common. It is very uncommon. And even more concerning, now that I know this, thank you for telling me. And if I might say, I mean, people... Well, it'll be up to you how much you and your party wish to decide how much the common folk are going to know of your adventure, of what exactly you faced. Depending on the bard that does the telling, it could either be cause for panic, or it could be cause for, well, thank gods that they're here, and might in fact inspire.
There's a reason I'm telling you, personally, quietly.
Well, I appreciate it. And I do believe I will be speaking to some of the other keepers of the temples here in private about this dastardly issue.
Yvaine will hand her all of the same things, but this being more even, this is what happened. To the best of my ability, this is everything I recall. I'm not genius, and I'm sure I missed a lot. And I fell at one point, and Bahamut brought us back. But what happened while I was down, obviously I can't speak of. I didn't know.
I understand. That is quite all right. Thank you. Thank you for these. I will make sure they don't fall into the wrong hands.
Thank you.
She accepts them.
Do you know of anyone who could enchant this leather piece that I have to keep Happy safe? I can help. He can help me heal people, but I suppose that it'll make people ignore him when he's healing others, because he's not buff.
I see. She kind of considers and says, for you, we will be willing to do this for.
Let me know what resources you need. I'm so grateful to pay your craftsmen.
Wolf. She says, I would say I will warn you, this will not be an item of magnificent power, but it will be perhaps enough to suit your needs. Let's see here. Where's a nice little adjacent uncommon item? She says or I'll just roll for it for the. She says, for a donation of 300 gold pieces to the temple, we would be willing to bless this item.
Yeah. Say less.
Okay, we'll take your another strip, and she'll find someone here in the Wild Arbor, and it's a very different process than any arcanist you've seen, where they make like a runic sigil, and they like scatter precious gem dust and light incense and speak archaic words into the item and go through an intricate set of sort of arcane calculus. Here they pray. They bring it before sort of the Wild Mother and pray for sanctuary. And they say, may the Great Wild Mother, the Melora, bring forth the protection and sanctuary to the bearer of this collar. May they know protection for all their days. And it's this like long drawn out, seemingly endless sort of meditation on beseeching the Wild Mother for this enchantment. And the item does glow, and she says it will take some time to bring forth a more permanent enchantment to this item, to beseech the Wild Mother to do so. And if she deems your cause worthy, I'm sure she will. Your collar will be ready soon.
All right, then I will take my leave, knowing someone will have the information they need.
It should be ready a couple days before the Hazel Festival. Excellent. And with that, is there anything else anyone else wants to do today?
Joel wants to go to Bahamut's Rest.
Okay. You head over to Bahamut's Rest. No issue. There. Ooh, a little convert situation happened. I forgot. Finch is in there. Finch goes, don't look at me, and runs away.
She'll just give Finch a little wave.
No, I'm not here. I'm not attending today. And just like Golem's off. No, I guess I could just delete the squire, and I'll get a proper squire mini later. I'm gonna make sure I put that on the calendar. I did. Okay, cool. But yes, you find your way inside Bahamut's Rest, to where you see many clerics praying. People are here. You see Bahamut has gained some popularity recently, and quite a few people find themselves inside this temple paying homage to the Platinum Dragon.
And I'll do the same to the statue.
And you go forth, you find yourself to pray. Is there anything in particular Jewel would think of to pray on?
Just thanks. Just give thanks. For her life.
For her life.
Yeah.
You pray.
And while she's there, she's going to keep an eye open for one of the people that Finch was speaking to. In the meantime, I guess she'll find a cleric and walk up and excuse me, are you busy?
She says, and everyone here is very sort of warrior-esque. The clerics are, though not all of them like paladin out heavy armor, all of them wear some degree of armor and seem armed and seem like stalwart and ready. And you approach this cleric, and she is... Let's see who she is. Ooh, we don't get that often. She is a tiefling. You see this blue-skinned tiefling male cleric. He has like sort of a bushy beard. He has that sort of wizened old man kind of vibe. He says, "Hello, my child. Of course I have time. Any time at all for you."
I am not sure if this can be done here, but I am seeking healing.
Of course, that can most certainly be done here. You've come to the right place. Well, what is it that you seek? What kind of healing?
And she'll take her hood down.
Oh God! No, I'm kidding. That's fucked up.
And the ears go back.
It's you've got the burns, right?
Yeah.
Got it. says, "Ah, I see. That is quite an exceptional wound you have taken for yourself. What kind of burn is this, specifically?"
Fire.
Yes, but what was the injury called?
Oh, did I write that down?
First degree, second degree?
Um,
Major neuralgia? Minor neuralgia?
no, it wasn't neuralgia. It was, I think it was like a first-degree burn.
It was the superficial but painful burns, is that one?
No, the one that eliminates my, or makes me have to roll persuasion with disadvantage. Or it doesn't cause anything else, but it's just horrific.
Oh, you have
looking.
horrible disfigurement. That's what you got.
Yes.
Got it. Oh god. My goodness, you've I see that your travels have disfigured you. You have my sympathies. It will take some exceptional magics to remove such a scar, my friend.
I am aware.
Well, I shall say this. I've seen you come here from time to time and know you to be good friends of the High Paladin Finch, yes?
Yes.
And, well, Paladin Finch has performed quite a service for Westrunn alongside the Aurora Concordant, and something tells me, as he sort of, like, looks at your, equipment set, so something tells me that maybe you had a hand in helping this city?
Yes, I am in the Aurora Concordant.
Very good, very good. Well, that makes things quite easy. Well, let's see what we can do for you. And I'm gonna just go look up my spell list and see what he's gonna ask of you. He says, well, normally we ask a service of the Temple of Bahamut to receive such a powerful healing, but allow me to take a moment to go speak to the keeper of the temple and see if we might make an exception.
Of course. If you require a donation, I'm happy to provide a donation to the temple as well.
I see. Thank you very much. Just a moment. And he will return after about 10 minutes. He sort of walks back and with a smile on his face. He says, well, I have very good news. Keeper Samar has said that the Aurora Concordant may be extended this this service for a donation alone. No holy crest required. There's been enough of that lately, I think, from all of you. But yes, a donation of 2,000 gold pieces, and we'll be more than happy and more than capable of healing you of your wounds.
And Jewel will think it over.
Very well.
No, she's thinking it over.
Oh. Yeah, no, absolutely. He was like, well, thank you for coming and thank you for your service and all of that. Yeah. He says, no, it is a substantial expense. But please return if
it's
you
okay.
have...
It's okay. I'll do it.
Oh, very well. Then I shall find a cleric of a suitable power, and I will return promptly. Thank you very much for your donation. He will leave, and he will return with the Keeper Samar himself, the dwarven individual. He says, Jewel of Twilight, wasn't it? I believe we've met with Finch, was it not?
Yes, we have.
You are an individual who is not easily forgotten, and I, of course, refer to your tail.
Oh, I yes. And she'll kind of tuck her tail up.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. There are not many tabaxi in this city, and well, I'd like to say I never forget a face, but I certainly won't forget yours. Well, why don't we say we get you all fixed up?
Yes, thank you.
He goes before the statue of Bahamut. He says, Great Bahamut, invest within me the power of regeneration. give unto me this blessing and this boon for this hero thus. Their worth has already been shown in this city very recently. Your own power came down, helped Finch and and their allies in their most fateful moment, and now grant me the magic to help Jewel of Twilight return to her proper visage. And with that, he puts a hand on you in faith, and you feel sort of a revitalizing energy wash over you, and you feel the skin on your face sort of stitched together. And what was once a horrible disfigurement, the scars themselves, even down to the most minuscule displacement of hair, is gone. It's as if the wound never occurred in the first place, and the hair grows right out to match the rest of it around. You have been regenerated. You no longer have
Tears are brought to her eyes. And she takes his hand. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
She says, of course, of course. The Platinum Dragon seems to see something worthy in you. And you have done great service for Westrunn in his name. Thank you, Jewel of Twilight. Thank you.
And Jewel will stay by the statue of Bahamut and pray for a little while longer.
Excellent. Yep,
and
pray a little while longer.
eventually return to everybody else.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, is there any last little things anyone wants to get done today? I know Zarvolg's complete, Easton's complete. Yvaine, you want to meet with the Realm Seer?
Realm Seer. But that's all.
All right.
That's it.
Yep, that's a problem. No problem. You head over to see the Realm Seer. He is much more prepared. You are invited in by Jecht, and he invites you up to the Realm Seer's study. And he goes, Yvaine, it is good to see you again. How might I be of assistance this morning? Is there anything
I
that
would
needs
not
to be done?
ask this if I did not think it important.
Oh, yes, all right. What can I do?
Do you know the voice of the Tempest?
Yes, I know the voice of the Tempest.
Can you get her a message? I believe it is important.
Make a persuasion check.
$16.
16? Says, well,
Wait,
what
hold
is the mess? Yes?
Okay. I was gonna say I could roll what my my woe or wheel because I haven't done that today, but that's okay.
He says, well, what's the message?
Two elemental beings are asking about Ashari cities. They claim to seek knowledge of primordial magics. Seem harmless. It's too much so. Use caution. Telepathies. And then I will tell him about the game of elements that was occurring. The four elemental beings that used the situation as a contest. I don't want to try to make it seem ugly. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on it. I want to speak of it as gray-faced, gray tone. Here is the information. This is my concern.
I understand. So what you tell him is there are powerful, possibly dangerous elemental entities in the city who wish to explore the Ashari magic, and that they put on a deadly competition in the city. But you don't want that to sound bad.
I want to state facts without seeming like I'm being hysterical or being dramatic. I want to sound as Dragnet just the facts, ma'am, as possible. If that makes sense.
Got it. You speak to him, and he kind of half listens. He's like, "Oh, yes, wow, it's fine. This something I see." And he goes, "Oh no, yes, I'll see about passing a message along to about elemental Ashari nuisances in the city. Yes, indeed. It should be good to stay in contact with old associates."
Do you need me to write the message out? I
No, you don't need to write the message out. I'm the Realm Seer of Westrunn.
Yeah. Have you met the Heart of the Mountain?
Get out! He's like shoos you off. I'm not a messaging service, girl. Be gone.
I don't want you to send him a message. I want to know if you remember his name.
Get out of here. Get lost. We're not that old, not anymore. Just kind of shoos you off. Okay, yeah, and at that point, is there anything else anyone wants to do today?
No, I have a nighttime thing that I want to do as the week goes on, but we can hit it after break if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to like, because there's gonna be a couple days here before the Hazel Festival occurs,
Right.
so, yeah, let's hit a break. It is about that time, a little past that time, in fact. Let's take a little 5-10 minute break. We'll be back soon. Very good, very good, very good. To kill Birdo and Bohart. Okay, you all get a nice little long rest, and you are going to have a week to do what you will. However, this is a very special week for you, Jewel.
Mm-hmm.
You got stuff to do, my friend. So, I gotta be very careful how I play this as well, because we have limited days. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Incredible. All right, you are found out. So today is the that was the 5th, huh? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you all finish your day on the 5th here. You all get a long rest. We find ourselves on the 6th, of Grissin, Grissin of Quinpalar. The Hazel Festival, a mere 5 days away. And Jewel, you've been expecting this. You've been waiting for this. You know, it usually takes about 5 days to prep a heist.
Mm-hmm.
You receive a little, not so much a note or anything, but like across the street, there's like a little, it's almost like a pendant that's hanging off of like a hook across the street. And that's how you know that it's time to you need to get in contact with your contact immediately.
Okay.
Because probably has a job for you now.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Jewel sees this, and she puts off her plans to go walk to the Sun-Kissed Tomb with Easton, because she was going to do that, or she showed her face to anybody else, and makes her way through the city, takes the long way, and goes to her usual meeting place with Hollis.
Go to your usual meeting place with Hollis.
Mm-hmm.
He's there waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of at the back of the room, quietly. He leans over and goes, "Well, we haven't seen you in a while there, big hero. Been accepting all kinds of gold from better gotten sources, haven't I?"
Perhaps a little here and there, yes. But more importantly, helping the people of Westrunn rest well again. I hope you are resting well.
Yeah, I'm sleeping great these days.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, you gone soft on me, Jewel. You sound like you're really getting a soft spot for the hero work.
Well, it feels good to do something good for a change.
Also heard you adopted some street rat.
Yes. And what of it?
I don't know, it just seems like you're losing your edge.
Well, the street rat, he has many contacts and he hears things nobody else hears. Because who thinks of a little child on the street as someone who is listening?
Make me a deception check to try and convince him that your desires are purely selfish with that kid.
Where's my D20?
I promise my alignment is evil.
24.
24. He looks at you, goes, "All right, you're one sick kitty. Well, I can work with that. Certainly can't work with any neuter dweller. But anyway, enough about all that shite. We got business.
Yes.
You got business. You got a big tab to pay, my friend. Big tab to pay. And you know what? We're setting you up with something good. Something good. This one comes down from the top. Actually, comes all the way down. Hold for law. Comes all the way down from the big boss of Westrunn. There's a big score that needs taking, a big score indeed. You know what we're gonna do?
What?
We're gonna hit the League of Miracles. It's dangerous, but you know what? Everyone knows that Tal'Dorei is basically in the League of Miracles pockets. They've got more debt with the League of Miracles than they'll ever be able to pay off in 20 years. So they're paying them on time and frequently. So we've been setting the groundwork. You know, picking a pocket here, taking a shipment here, breaking a box there. League of Miracles getting a little testy, so they've planned a real super safe, real super secret transfer of a larger sum than usual to the League of Miracles. That's where you come in. You, and maybe even your, do-gooder party that you've brought together, help us tip it off. There'll be quite a bit of gold for the taking for the Myriad.
I imagine it would be.
So here's what you're going to do. You're going to do what you do best, and you're going to go make sure everything goes well. You're going to do some prep. We've already got a bit of information. We've been laying the groundwork. But, you're going to do your work. You're going to do your prep over the next couple of days. And when the Hazel Festival hits, that's when we'll strike. That's when you will strike. Because this is your job, right?
Yes.
And if you succeed, that's a huge chunk of debt off of you and your father's debt to the Myriad.
Well, if it is so much money, why would it not be the whole debt?
Why is it not the whole what?
Debt. I mean, if I am making you that much, and it is that risky.
Oh, yeah. Well, you don't know how much is in there, do you?
Not for my father.
But we know how much is in there. So if you get any ideas about mincing a little bit off the top, we're going to find out. I recommend you just keep that box nice and shut and closed, right? But I tell you what, it is a sizable chunk. The Myriad will be most happy if you succeed here. If you succeed, you pull off the heist, you get away with it, no one the wiser that the Myriad were the ones who took it. You're going to be well on your way to clean off of your debt. Well enough so that we might be willing to loosen the reins on you a little bit, Jewel. That's what the boss told me to tell you. If you pull this off, you're out of hot water. Your father isn't so much of a big problem. Might even let you leave Westrunn.
Well, wouldn't that be nice?
Pretty good deal. Pretty kind of us considering the deal that your great deal of gold that your father racked up, eh?
Yes, so much gold.
So much gold. Well, we're nothing if not looking after our own. Ain't that
Of
right?
course.
Yeah, right.
Well,
Got any questions?
I am sure that you will give me all the information that I need. You never leave me with questions.
I do my best not to. But you're so good at answering your own questions, and that's why I like you. You're a go-getter, Jewel. A go-getter. And that's why the Myriad likes you. Who knows, you might even find yourself working for the Amon branch soon enough, eh? That could be something for you.
That would be something.
All right, well, if you don't have any more questions, I'll just leave you to your work. It's a shipment going on at the Hazel Festival. Probably leaving the Lord Mayor's residence. It's probably the most securely guarded place in the city. I'll leave the rest to you. find out where it's going, and you can decide how best to take it. It's your job at this point
Of
on.
course. Yes.
All right, you laid the groundwork. Don't let us down.
I will not. I will be brilliant.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Glad to see you have such tenacity.
Mm.
All right. Well, here's to you and the big summer gold you're going to bring to everybody in the Myriad.
Indeed.
He drinks his beer out of his straw.
Yeah.
and as that whole conversation was in Thieves' Camp, presumably,
yeah.
he will then take his leave of you.
And Jewel will wait a little while and just give him time to go his way, and then she'll go her way. And she's actually going to go to see Easton.
Got it. As you exit the bar, you're going to bump into somebody with who's basically cloaked. Who you very well recognize underneath the cloak to be Sinzu, the orc. Sort of bumps into you, kind of like grabs your arm. She goes, "What were you doing in there, huh?"
I will let you know tonight at the tavern.
Why don't you let me know right now? Who was it?
So many people here.
Make a persuasion check.
Yes, I can do that now. That is a 8 plus 9, 17.
She sort of like looks at you for a second. So let's go of your arm. Said, "I'll see you at the tavern tonight. You better not be going behind my back or anything here."
And she'll just kind of give one of those, asserting dominance sort of things, walking away from her, just
So
to
you
show
walk
the
away
others,
from
and
her.
just to show the other in the pub that, don't trifle with the Jewel Twilight.
She lets you go and kind of like you can hear kind of like a woman who is very much not enjoying her assignment.
No.
And we'll meet you at the end. And you go to find Easton.
Yes. And Jewel will have her hood up, and she's going to go into the shop and look around, see if Easton's in the shop.
You see
Anchor on. He's just working diligently.
the first person you see is the dwarven shopkeeper here, Alan Hardcloak, who goes, "Welcome to my shop. We have plenty to sell. We got all kinds of things. We got gunpowder. We got alchemist fire. We don't keep those in the same section. We got acid vials. This is everything in the alchemist, or those discerning to want to take alchemist stuff. What can I do for you today?"
I am here to speak with Easton for a minute, if I may.
She sort of goes, "Easton, you got a friend. You got like 10 minutes.
Oh, of course. This is unexpected, but thank you, Elena. 10 minutes. I'll as fast as I can.
All right." She sort of like looks at you and like looks at Jewel and kind of like glares at the two of you, and then kind of like walks up, goes to sweep, but is like kind of watching you all both from across the shop, is like keeping a clear eye on the two of you, is out of earshot.
Don't mind the
Oh,
history.
well, this is my current residence and job.
This looks like a good job.
Yeah.
Are you coming to the inn later on for breakfast?
Yeah, of course. I should I look over my shoulder towards Elaine. My shift should end soon. I catching up on a bit of work. As you can see, we've been busy the past couple weeks. Things happen,
I had to come see you first, but then
Are you okay?
Yeah, and she takes the hood down.
What's going on? Why are you here? You don't usually find me before.
Easton, you will notice that Jewel's like horrific burn disfigurement is completely gone.
Oh shit, your face. Wow. Does that just all grow in, or does that happen? Do you just wake up with I shave every 2 days. You just don't notice. Maybe. I like to keep it.
I've been to Bahamas rest since they healed me.
Oh, oh, praise be Bahamut. I can see that they're safe. You know, the way they saved us really impressed me. Not sure if I think I've taken one too many commitments recently to take another. But if you're going down that route, more power to you.
Well, Bahamut did bring us back.
Of course, and well, you look lovely, Jewel.
Well, I will hang around the area and I will go to the end with you when you're done.
Can I do like just like a perception to see if just Jewel's vibe, if she's a little bit more antsy, a little bit more anxious, or if it's really just to show her face.
Make an insight check.
That's another nat one.
Oh shit.
You don't fucking know what Jewel came here for.
Sweet. Or I should probably get back to
Please
work.
go. And then she turns to your boss. And what do you have in smoke bombs?
Smoke bombs.
Smoke bomb.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by smoke bomb? What does smoke bomb do?
You throw it on the ground and it goes
Yeah.
and it goes black and it allows us to make a quick getaway.
That's genius! Holy shit! Why didn't I think of that? You want some? I'll make you some.
How much?
Wait for it. Fuck. Wait for it. I know they're around here somewhere. Here we are. Oh, come on. Be like, okay, I'll tell you what. Come back tomorrow. I'll see if I can oh, here they are. They just don't tell me what any of them are worth. That's fantastic. Hang on a second. It says, I could make you one. It'll be like a prototype. So why don't we call the first one 100 gold pieces? They're probably worth more, but there's like a 50-50 chance like I can't make it, like it might take a minute. So let's call it 100 gold pieces for now. And then and that'll be like the funding for the prototype. And if it works out, I'll give you the first one free. Well, I mean, after, of course, the experimental phase. But commission, give me 100 gold, commission me, I'll make sure, and then I'll put my alchemy to the test, make you a smoke bomb.
And so what is the chances this would blow me up?
Only like 50-50.
I just got my face fixed.
Okay, I'll tell you what. What's a smoke bomb? Okay, tell you what, I'll test it on myself first.
Okay.
Like, I know, honestly, I don't think it will blow anyone up because it's only a smoke bomb. It's not supposed to be producing like a fragmentation. But if I get a little excited, maybe like the metal casing could fragment, which could be potentially bad. But also, like, wouldn't put like active explosive in. Like, I don't think this is a gunpowder situation or a smoke powder situation. And she starts like rambling about like alchemical formula and like how bombs work. And goes, but no, there's only like 50-50 chance. I'll test it on myself. I'll make sure there's enough explosive powder inside to fragment the entire like casing. Maybe it's just like an easy separation casing. Anyway, I'll get back. Just give me 100 gold pieces. I'll get right on it.
Joel will do it. Why not? Because a smoke bomb could come in very handy.
All right, she'll go to work right now, and she's gonna get to work and try and make you a smoke bomb.
And Jewel will wink at Easton and go outside and just hang out till he's done.
Easton will be obliviously working away, diligently making. He takes pride in his work, and he'll probably after like a certain amount of time, he'd be like, Elaine, you know, I've been going here hard. Think I might be off to the inn for a little bit.
Oh, do you going to drink your pay already? Are you, big man?
Elaine, we need to fix this. When I first got here, you know, we had a friendly. I'm not saying I'm not the hero type, but we did save Westrunn. I'm sure you've gotten some good sleep.
You're gonna just throw that you saved Westrunn in my face? Is that what you're gonna do? You abandoned your work for a full week without telling me, just to save all of Westrunn.
Elaine, is this? I feel like this is more than work. Do you feel slighted that I haven't? You know, I consider us friends. You can join us at the end sometime. I think we've you know, is it that I apologize for that. You're not just a coworker or my boss and I'm your employer. You know, you extended my hand. So I'm sorry, Elaine. I really am.
Make a persuasion check to see if your earnest apology gets through to the dwarf.
That's a 21.
Oh shit!
Oh, wait, no. JK. It's an 11.
Oh, not quite as good, huh? She sort of like looks at you and kind of like, she goes, apology accepted. I guess you did save like 50 children and saved Westrunn from monsters and destruction and horrible nightmares. So, fine. Apology accepted. You did your work today. Just go. Enjoy the tavern. I'll see you for work tomorrow.
It was more like 55 children. My friend Zarvolg, he's got quite big arms and, you know, numbers they do. But of course, thank you, Elaine.
Just go.
I will make sure to bring the entire Roaring Concord in here to shop. They all need trust me, they'll buy some stuff here. And so again, thank you. And he'll start.
I have a bomb to make. Leave me.
And he'll join Jewel. Thanks for that. That was great. Did you come here to get me out of work? That's amazing. Thank you for that, Leo.
And she put a hand on your arm and go, are you okay?
I am. I'm feeling a lot better today than at the party.
Oh, well, you definitely look better today than you did before. But you're just very high strung. Are you feeling okay? Perhaps too much coffee.
Well, I've been taking these things called mutagens. They're the order that I recently. The order that I recently. Stop it. The order that I recently joined. Damn it, Ryan. Hey, what's he gonna call him? Some guy showed up. What's like Dingo? Okay.
I've been experimenting with this thing called meth.
And, now, I know what you're thinking, Joel. I already experimented magic that I shouldn't dabble in. So, you know, why not double it up? And essentially, they're foreign substances that I've taken, and they alter me in various ways.
Jules gonna think about that. As long as you're okay.
Absolutely. The guy that gave them to me, he seemed like a real straight shooter. And
How well do you know this guy?
How do I know him?
No, how well?
Well enough to trust him. It's see, before I arrived here at Westrunn, and my journey wasn't exactly the easiest. And after, well, an encounter, this group and led by this individual, they found me, and over time I proved my worth. I assume they had been keeping an eye on me my entire journey, and well, proving myself in survival. That's how I earned my right, and how I've become a hunter. And well, I suppose these mutagens, they're the next step.
And she'll look right straight in his eye and go, just watch yourself and be good to yourself. If I just do not want to see you in danger. And she'll give his hand another pat and let go.
Bit hard to do in our line of work, our life, but
I just don't want you to kill yourself with this stuff.
I appreciate the concern. I don't think it will kill me, but
I certainly hope not.
I have a task I have to complete, Joel, by any means. It may not be comforting, but I truly would give it my all to see this through.
Yes.
And I don't want to be a liability to you or the others. So I do wish some trust as what I am using my mutation, however way it'll go, it's to make me a better me, a more capable me. So
I will choose to trust you.
Thank you. Now, are you sure everything's okay? This is the first time I've ever seen you outside, in the inn or surrounded by demons, banshees.
I go all around town. I just.
Well, of course, but
You're just my very good friend. I feel like we have a very close friendship, and I just wanted to show you my face before anyone else.
Oh, well, you've got a lovely face. It's symmetrical, and
The hair came back too.
yeah, the hair did come back. That's great. I've got a few buddies in the barracks that definitely would have appreciated hair coming back. More on the top of their head. And it's a thing. I don't mind it. I think it's a more efficient looking work. That's more of what when it comes to physical appearances, deficiency. Not saying the other, more superficial, not superficial, but vain.
Let's just walk. Let's just walk. It's okay.
I mean?
It's okay. I get this.
Yeah,
Yes,
of course. Appearances do matter, and they stand for. So, you've got a lovely face, Joel.
Thank you. And so, hood goes up.
Yes. Let's go to the end. You'll follow her to the end.
Okay. Easton perhaps drink some water after that, and you guys can all proceed. Oops. You get to the inn, to where the party is probably having their usual morning breakfast. At this point, I believe your free meals token is worn off. And you guys all did have to pay for your stay. So last night was 8 silver to stay in the inn if you were in the inn. And it will be 5 silver this morning for a day's worth of food. So gold, 3 silver, I believe. But anyway, yeah, you all arrive in the tavern where you guys like to have your morning breakfast together.
Hey, we still have those Minotaur horns.
Yvaine will produce them and hand them to you. Oh, yours. I was holding on to them for you.
So he kind of grabs them and he put some kind of on, like he's kind of fooling around, kind of putting them on both sides of Fenn's head. Think we could do anything with this?
I think it's an Ember question.
Well, I could make a helmet. But I don't know how much Sven would enjoy having a helmet.
Or maybe here, and he kind of puts it on his shoulders. Anybody know how these things work?
Well, I heard that if you powder them and you take them with a little alcohol, it'll help your evening out.
That's a good one. I got it.
Could you not turn it into arrowheads or?
You
Well,
can
it may
turn
have
them into a
natural-
mead horn, powder horn.
Why don't we
Well-
ask Anna?
I was thinking something stabby.
That's just exactly. Imagine the gore power that you could give Ben.
Ember, you can go ahead and make an Arcana check to see if they have any sort of latent magics within them, sort of predisposed in the item,
16.
or anyone proficient. What'd you get?
16.
All right, let's take a look. 16 is enough. You are aware that these do indeed possess a latent enchantment within them. And I will tell you all about it. So there are many ways to like sort of manifest this, but generally speaking, excuse me. Here we go. Basically, they can be used to as natural weapons that can do about 2d8 plus strength modifier worth of damage. It can add to intimidation checks. These even have the ability to sort of understand the abyssal tongue, which is, if you're thinking of giving it to
Fen,
your dog could suddenly gain the ability to speak abyssal,
that
which
would
is
be awesome.
cool. These are some of the latent abilities in it. Depends on the arcanist, and there's a little room to play with it. But generally speaking, they can be turned into like sort of powerful horn weapons that are similar to what the Minotaurs use when they charge.
There you go.
Well, perhaps we can make like a single horn for his head. We can ram.
It does require both, unfortunately. It's sort of like a pairing.
You do two, but you set them up like one of those. What do you call them, Yvaine? The big things that look like a horse that have got the two horns on their face.
A Valkyrian, like a bicorn. Instead of a unicorn, a bicorn.
Yeah.
A bicorn. Yeah, we can do that. I suppose. I mean, you're suggesting it. I suppose we can.
I was just thinking if nobody's doing anything with them, maybe the pup could get a little pokey.
Hey, that's fine. If that's what you want to do. It's certainly in the realm of possibility.
Maybe we'll take him to a leather worker maybe and see if we can have him fitted.
And Joel will take out the shears.
Right. Yeah. Can you make him a little hat with the horns in it?
Yes. But if he will wear it, this is another question.
Oh, he'll wear it. And he gives him kind of the side eye.
And Joel will just take this opportunity just to go casually, put her hood down.
And sort of blinks, and everyone notices that indeed her face is healed. It was a mess the past couple of days. It was very noticeable that she's got her face back.
Did it seep? Was it seeping?
Perhaps a
Sure.
little.
Probably.
You're
I am
beautiful.
specifically not going to say anything because it would be impolite to have pointed it out.
It hurt. But now it is better.
It hurt. I think so.
Yes, it hurt a little bit. I have very strong pain tolerance. Yeah.
Oh boy.
I saw Finch training his squire. He's doing good. Or they're doing good.
Excellent. Do we have actually anything that we need to be doing? Or is
Well-
this a day of running errands?
I will have to be here a little later to speak with someone.
Of course.
In
Oh, she
regards-
shows up. She should have already been there, but I forgot. She opens the door at that point, kind of sees you with your group, and just kind of goes and sits at a back table.
If
Kind of,
you will
yeah.
excuse me.
Sure.
Real awkwardly, Zarvolg's like, "Oh, this is Seskro," and then the old glass blower is like standing right behind him.
He goes, "Oh, hello, everyone. My name is Sestro. Sestro! I am the glass blowing master. I'm here to teach Master Zarvolg the great art and skill of glass blowing."
Oh, marvelous!
No, my name is Sestro.
That's true. You're
That's right.
craftsman. I think that's
What kind of
wonderful.
things can you make out of glass, Estro?
Oh, you can make all kinds of shit you wouldn't believe. You can make pots and windows and bongs. It's my new invention. And like all kinds of shit. Like you can put. I've been hearing of this thing in the morning that they've been trying out. These they sort of pack powder into the tips of glass arrows and they explode. Now I think that's rather stupid. I don't know why you wouldn't just fill something a little bit less expensive than glass, but hey, whatever. So people have tastes. And he continues to go on about all the cool things you can make with glass. And he'll just go on about that for a minute. But meanwhile, in the corner,
I will
What?
ask him 2 specific questions.
Sure.
Can you cast a flower?
Of course, you can cast a lot of things. Actually, you can cast a shirt.
Just a flower
I can cast a flower if you want.
and a flame?
And cast a flame. I don't think I could cast a flame, but I could make something that looks like a flame. I could make
That's
you.
what I meant.
There, all right, very good. An ornamental flame, sort of.
Yes.
Yes, I can do that.
Awesome.
Record I had intended. So there's all kinds of little mundane items that you could make. And as Zarvolg is doing his training, I assumed he'd be making little, whatever. So going from the most basic into some more ornamental stuff like glasses and spoons and bowls, etc. Obviously, the obligatory ashtray.
Because what the fuck's an ashtray? But anyway, yes, we'll just go on and on about you can make anything out of glass, just don't expect it to move. It's glass, it's breakable. It's the whole point. And then we'll come to Jewel, who sort of skips off to the back corner there. Jewel, yes, you find your orc.
Can
And-
Easton's gonna focus and try to just pay attention to Joel and the orc's conversation. And,
You guys don't see who the
Oh.
orc is, but you do see her talking to a hooded figure, like a
Okay.
stocky, big hooded figure in the back of the room. She goes, "So, what happened? Who were you talking to?"
That was Hollis.
Hollis,
He
right?
is,
He's your
informant.
contact, right?
Yes.
The informant, all right.
Yes. And he has a job. He gave me the information for the job.
All right.
And they want me to steal the payment that Westrunn is sending to, what's it called? The
League of Miracles,
League of Miracles.
which is the faction Honor is a part of, by the way. He goes, The ship? You mean the debt payment to the League of Miracles? This? How do they know about that?
They know many things. This comes down from the big boss himself.
Well, all right. Well. Now what happens? What do you criminal types do now that you've talked about it?
It is in a chest, yes?
Oh, you're asking me. You want me to inform for you about
No,
this thing you're going to steal?
because I have ideas. If we
I'm not telling you anything about the shipment. I'm sorry. I'm here to perform communications between you and the
if
Lord
this
Mayor.
comes in a chest, we should enchant it. So you can track it.
I'll pass it along to the Lord Mayor, but I'm not revealing anything that I'm not specifically told to.
Fair enough. I completely understand your mistrust of me. I know you do not like me. I know you do not want to do this, but this is not for me. This is for Westrunn.
Yeah. Well, is there anything else? Or should I go pass along what we've talked about?
Well, it is up to me to find out the route of this, and I will do this the hard way, or you can ask what information you can give me to make this heist work.
I'll
ask.
I'll ask the Lord Mayor. Fine. Or you know what? Give me a persuasion check. She's very hard headed about this. This is worth a check, I think.
That is a 16 plus 9. 25.
9? Fuck. She's like, fine. I'll ask the Lord Mayor for you, but fine. I'll ask the Lord Mayor. Just okay. Anything else?
It just takes a long way there.
Yeah, I'll make sure I won't be followed. All right. She kind of hops up, kind of keeping, her face well obscured, and she exits calmly and quietly. Disappears into the streets.
And Jewel will walk back to the table and look at Zar's new teacher and look at the others. I will talk to all of you about this a little later. In private. But things are in motion.
And you sure there's nothing we can do to help or assist?
Oh, there will be things you can do to help for sure. If you like. But for now, I cannot speak of things when we are not alone. So, Zarvolg, caramel apples.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think we're a few days away now.
Oh, you are in for a treat. They are so good.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna get some for me. I'm gonna get some for Finn. I'm gonna get some for Broom.
Just do not get fancy chocolate covered ones.
Oh no, caramel only, no chocolate.
Yes.
Chocolate gives me heartburn.
Have you all gotten your winter gear yet? It is getting cooler.
Wait, we're getting winter gear? Nobody told me to get winter gear.
But it's
Ranger
getting
goes,
colder.
Wait a second. Is it getting colder out?
Wait, do we have what's the Oregon Concordance travel plans? I hadn't considered that. What do we see happening after the festival?
Keep going, I'll be back.
I will say, I don't know what the weather's like in Iman, but if we're going to be in Terra any time in the next 6 months, you should invest in cold weather gear. And make sure that your arm will be fine.
Oh, of course. I did see a nice scarf I was thinking about. Nice sweater. Clothes.
Oh man, does this mean I have to go back to the clothing place?
I'm going to be shopping if you want me to pick it up for you, Zar.
Yeah, get bigger though. I can't do that all winter.
What? You can't
was-
do what all winter?
It was too tight.
No. I'm not. We're getting. It'll be cold weather gear, but it'll be for adventuring. You'll be able to move around in it. I'm not going out in the wilds dressed in a fucking skirt.
Oh, all right.
No, those clothes were pretty but uncomfortable and impractical.
Maybe you can hunt something large, Zarvolg, and skin it, turn it into a blanket or a
Right.
cloak.
Yeah, right. Something like one of them, like a plains cow or something. Owl
Yeah.
bear. You know how warm an owl.
Aldo.
Right.
That's. If you want, I'll hunt it with you for sport.
All right. This is way better than going to the store.
There you go. Now, of course, if we both died on this hunting trip, it would be the dumbest use of our time and resources. But
I will write a song and make it sound heroic.
what was that, Jewel?
I will write a song all about your demise and make it sound so heroic.
There you go. We have a contingency plan.
Worth it.
How are you going to make dying of exposure when you were told beforehand to buy a coat sound heroic? I mean, I know you're a bard of incredible skill, but damn, Jewel.
We will find a way.
That's quite a amount.
Perhaps Zarvolg gave his winter gear to some children to keep them warm.
Oh, that is heroic.
All right. So essentially big fluffy stuff. Yeah.
Yes. Make sure you're warm for when we go up into the mountains. They'll be cold this time of year. You want to buy blankets for the horses and such. You know, just make sure everyone's taken care of.
I'm not a big fan of the cold, personally. I'm from the nice warm south.
Something tells me this festival is gonna bring in a lot of different travelers to Westrunn, right? Yeah. Been an interesting time to see potential familiar faces.
Well, I am not in any hurry to leave Westrunn. I am sort of bound here for a little while longer. If you should all choose to leave, I will catch up, but as it stands, I must stay in town.
What familiar faces?
No, as I told you all when I first arrived here, on a specific task on behalf of Whitestone, requires hunting down a specific man who, well, I guess it's as good a time as any to tell you all. And I don't know if he's here, but I stopped to look at Ember a little bit before I say this. Not only do I have a target to bring in by any means, this target has a specific set of schematics that belong to Whitestone. Truth be told, they belong to well, Percy himself, and it's imperative that no one else gets their hands on these schematics. I don't know the specifics of it, as I'm not privy to know. All I have been told is retrieve these plans by any means necessary. I volunteered, given the target who has these plans. And I doubt he'll show his face, but I feel hopeful nonetheless. Perhaps a trail or anything, as I've just realized now. I've not given this any time or any. Well, we have been busy and higher matters to worry, but you know, kind of like you can see Ethan kind of feels a little bit guilty that he's like ignored this whole task. And he just kind of digs into some breakfast.
So what I'm hearing is manhunt, manhunt, manhunt.
Yeah, and while I normally don't care, if and when if you all do help me in this hunt, I'd like to be the one there to finish it. But what's most important is that these schematics are found and returned to Whitestone promptly and safe as possible. Jewel, I've offered I'd offered it before, but in your current situation, at all, the help of a nation, help of Whitestone would come in handy. I will give my all to give my word on that. Vouch for you as it may. I don't. We have specific different ways of handling imprisonment. We believe in rehabilitation. We don't believe in the chains as they were. It's so I don't know. I'm just a man in his rifle here, so can't tell you what all will happen, but we are fair. Or,
Well, I've not yet committed any crimes in Whitestone, so
of course not.
I hope not to.
And if you all help retrieving these schematics, I assure you Whitestone will be very grateful.
So we'd be going to Whitestone. I'm in.
Once we have these schematics, at least
All
that's
right.
you can go there. I can't return until I have.
No, let's fetch them and go to Whitestone. Perfect. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
All right. With that, perhaps you're all done eating. You said all about your days. I suppose at this point I will ask everyone what they want to do with their week. Because we have 5 days. That's a perfect amount of downtime. So why don't we figure out what everyone's doing? Jewel, you wait. Well, I'll ask you. Do you go to start working on the crime today? Like start prepping it now, or do you wait just to see if the mayor's willing to just like give you the information you need up front?
I'll do both. Work on finding information in lieu of her not giving that information.
Excellent. Okay, so we will come back to you. I just wanted to check.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's hear what people want to do with their week.
Yeah.
5 days.
I only have a few things really in mind, so I'll go real quick. I want to spend, the majority of my daylight time getting some of this glass blowing training under my belt.
Fantastic. You can mark off a work week. You only need 9 left.
And I want to buy some cold weather gear.
Yep. I believe the prices are listed. I don't have it offhand. I can find it if you need me to.
10 gold.
Also, you need to mark off 25 gold pieces to have paid your trainer for the next week to come.
Yep, on my way.
Yeah, so that week and then paying for the week to come. So you should be down 50 gold since you've met this guy.
Yep.
Cool.
Good. And the only other thing I had was at different times during the night while making sure he's still getting like a full 8 hours at some point. But he was going to try it like at different times during the night. Kind of, so Zarvolg's a little bit adopted kind of Westrunn as his like area that he's supposed to be partially responsible for. So he's going to do some patrolling, like out among the in the rural area, out among the farmers and stuff, and sometimes in the city streets or whatever. Basically, just vigilante type patrolling, looking for ne'er-do-wells and whatnot.
Very cool. Very cool. Ne'er-do-wells and whatnot.
Yeah, using his creepy sneakiness.
Incredible. Creepy sneakiness. So I'm just
With
gonna
that-
check something here really quick that I think you might appreciate. I just want to be sure. Hmm. Okay. So yeah, you go patrolling. I'll see you find a couple ne'er-do-wellers here and there. Nothing substantial, nothing that you need to worry about too much. Like at most, like a pair of bandits, just sort of like scheming, maybe actively like robbing someone. And you sort of appear around the corner. And you're like, "You stop there!" and find yourself on the hunt as you do a little nighttime patrolling after your glass blowing. Very much doing a Spider-Man situation here.
Right.
Yeah, try to keep up with your degree in the daytime and solving
Clark
crime at
Kent,
night.
He wears glasses while he does the glass blowing.
he puts the hood down and he becomes the dream stalker of the night, and then when he takes it off, he's just Zarvolg the Grim, glassblower, student of Westrunn. Incredible. You do a little of both. As you find your every now and then though, Zarvolg, during this time, as you sort of like find yourself like chasing down the back alleys of Westrunn, chasing after like people far weaker than you, truly inferior creatures. You and Fen chasing them down, Fen just like charging them down, jumping onto their back. The thrill of the hunt as you sort of weave through this maze of back alleys. You can't help but feel like, I don't know, just like, so there's something around a corner that's sort of like excited to see you charge, excited to see you run. And it's just like this itch on the back of your brain you can't get away from. Just from your recent experiences. Nothing supernatural happens, but it's just almost like, I don't know, you can't get it off your head. You can't get it off your mind.
Yes, my Dark Lord.
Do you do that? Do you like take someone down and kind of have like a Baphomet moment?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Just note the feeling for now.
Yeah, you just note the feeling for now. Fantastic. Okay. Incredible. So that's Zarvolg. Who's next?
I can go next.
All right, Easton, what do you get up to that week?
So, since it's like similar mine, during the day, Easton's gonna work his shifts at the shop, and he's gonna make bullets for himself each day. Like that's like still he's collecting his payment, so we can do that like whenever you want. Just each day, he's gonna work on making a shit ton of bullets. But at night, he's gonna be going to like the dingier parts of town. Sort of like wherever like the like holes are that like a little bit rowdier bars and stuff, and he's doing he's making the rounds still on his hunt for Terrorwind, seeing if he sees like gauging like, hey, has there been any new travelers, any sketchy guys, finding smugglers that are looking for goods, seeing how stuff like that.
Absolutely. Interesting. Okay, and are you working during the day still? Or are you going to work for the dwarf?
Yeah. I'll work during the day and the regular shift, and yeah, my pursuits at night. I'm getting late nights, but I'm still getting enough to come home. It's like
Yeah.
not overdoing it, just kind of getting back to the swing of that.
Okay, let's see here. Why don't you roll me a Tinker's Tools check to see how well you work this week?
Alright.
Should be intelligence plus proficiency, I believe.
Okay, straight up intelligence.
Or you could use alchemy, either one.
Alright, I'll use intelligence 2. Wow, so that's 8 plus 3, 11.
11. Yeah, you work well enough that your employer is satisfied with your work enough so that she sort of gets off your back. And you make enough to sort of support yourself modestly for the week. Yeah. You go patrolling. Why don't you make me like a general investigation check as you continue patrolling for your quarry?
The 8.
8. You find no hide nor hair of any blood hunter in Westrunn, which is interesting because Adam Votsk fully disappeared off the map without any say so. Completely. Yeah, is there anything else?
Oh, how many bullets does that give me after the day?
Well, you could do, I believe, 50 gold pieces worth of crafting a day.
Okay.
Multiple items in a work week.
Because I'm willing to pump in like 5 times 50, 250. Yeah, I'm willing to pump that in, no problem. How much bullets do I get for 250? That's about 250.
Wow, this is a little convoluted. In addition to appropriate tools, but to determine how many work weeks it takes to create an item, divide its gold piece cost. Yeah, you can do. Oh, is it 50 gold a week? That's not right. No, work week of the items combined cost is 50 gold pieces. Oh, that's a work week. So let's see. How much does a bullet cost?
Cost 8.75 gold pieces. Bundle size of 20.
I'll say that you can get one bundle done this week because most of your time is spent working. So yeah, you get a bundle worth done by the end of the week.
All right, so 20 more bullets.
Yeah, because you could do 50 gold pieces of crafting a week, if you like fully dedicate to it. So for like sort of a half-ass dedication, like between work hours, like we'll say you get one bundle down.
All right, so that's minus 50 gold.
No. Just minus the one bundle worth. That was like 8 gold or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you want me to round that up 8.7 to 9?
Yeah, round it up to 9. Round it up to 9 gold.
Okay, cool. All right.
You know what? I'll say same cost, you get 2 bundles done because technically you're supposed to have the price for the crafting cost. So you'll get for the same price, you'll get 2 bundles done that week.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, just to make sure we're keeping it kosher, you're getting the most out of your time.
Yeah, 75 bullets. So it's surprisingly you don't go through too much, with all like I never had to refill on bullets since the first session. We talked about not wanting that to get in the way too much. So.
Yeah, no problem. Fantastic, Easton, fantastic. What about, I just want to finish off with Jules. So what about Ember and Yvaine? What are you guys doing this week?
I've got a list. So,
okay, yeah. Well, why don't you start me off with your like big week downtime project?
Okay. Can we say I was at the market that I picked up a calligraphy kit and 2 nice scroll cases, and I'll just take those things
calligraphy's off. Hang on. A calligraphy set and what else?
2 nice scroll cases, like pretty ones, ornamental.
Nice. I thought you said knife. I was like, That's weird. Yes, you can absolutely have picked those up.
Cool. Okay. Then the first thing I need to do is go to the observatory.
Okay, we're going to very nice. We're going to the observatory. Uh, look, why don't we come back to that? Or is that like essential to what you want to do?
No, let me tell you what else is on the list, just generally speaking. But and
Okay.
one of those things is going to require Ember, so we might not get to it until next week. I need to do some research at the library. I need to speak to Solomane Rothtree, but that might be quick. I want to ask someone to make something for me, but if Ember can't, maybe Anna can. And I need to go see the Hollowell granddaughters, but I want someone who's better with people to go with me.
Okay. It sounds like the research is your big thing this week, if I'm not mistaken. So why don't we start with that, and then we can get into all the other good stuff. So start with some research. You go to the Cobalt Soul. Let's figure out what it is you want to research.
So in the morning, before I did anything, I got up and started doing some monk forms. Look, first level, like baby, probably looked awkward as fuck because the entire time she had her scroll in her hand, the way a monk might have like a cross, like she might have wrapped the scroll around a crossbow or some such. And this
All
is a
right.
morning meditation.
Yeah, you go in and you like go join the like novice initiate like martial arts class. So there's like little youngins and then you. They definitely tell you to put your scroll away and say that's delicate. You might not want to rip it. Maybe put that in your pocket.
It's a I rolled 5, so that is woe on my cosmic omen. Basically, I'm working at how does she find her omen, and having not been told about it, that's why I'm like, let me practice. I'm supposed to learn how to meditate. I'm supposed to learn how to focus. I can't sit in a room, so maybe if I do this little Tai Chi thing these children are doing, that seems to be working for them.
Got it. You do some Tai Chi. I will say it really doesn't help. You do like the Tai Chi, the first forms, you're like going through the motions, and there is something there. There is something that derives a sort of like a peace and a sort of like centering of mind and body and spirit and all that. It doesn't do much for your power over the scroll, but when you sit down with it and you start reading it and you go into full researcher mode, you do start to sort of see more than you did before, and it starts to sort of lay upon your mind in a more intense way, in a way that sort of connects with the sort of divination innate in the celestial bodies that you can seem to interpret upon this scroll.
All right, so Horned King, I'm actually proficient in religion. So whatever the deities I can find out about, but in the order of importance, Wild Mother, Knowing Mentor, Raven Queen, Palor, and
All right,
Almirage.
so here's the deal.
We can do this all next week.
You could spend 1 hour in the public session of the Cobalt Reserve and make a check to discover a piece of knowledge, to just try and discover a piece of common knowledge in Tal'Dorei.
Okay.
So you can do this in exchange for your long-term research. Your long-term research will be on one subject, but you will acquire more and possibly sort of deeper secrets.
Then that's going to be the Horned King.
All right, so why don't we start with the Horn King? We are going to waive the gold costs as you are considered a member of the Cobalt Soul and will be more than welcome to be here. I need you to make for me here's to clear folks of the research after 1 work week character makes you make an intelligence check. Yeah, so make me an intelligence check. As a note before you roll it, you can contribute an additional 100 gold pieces, up to 600 gold pieces to gain a static +1 to +6 bonus to your roll if you choose to. Sort of grease some hands, maybe get some stuff pulled up from the archives for you, if you so choose.
Let me check the coffers, sir.
You're also going to have advantage on this because You most certainly have access to a well-stocked library or knowledge of sages.
Right. That's great. I'm putting 600 gold on the table.
All right, you grease a couple palms. They grab a couple books from you from the sort of restricted archive section of the Cobalt Soul that's reserved. That's sort of like a, we only keep stuff here. Like, this is forbidden knowledge, not meant for the common man to take a look at. And they bring some up for you as you grease a couple palms. So you will have advantage and a +6 bonus onto this intelligence check.
All right. So it was a 19 with my normal +1 is a 20, so that's a 26.
All right, you are going to learn 3 pieces of lore, true lore, based on Baphomet, the Horned King. Let's see. Oh, Baphomet. I'll tell you what. While I'm pulling up his stuff, is there anything specific you were looking to know about the Horn King, or do you just want to just know more? Period.
I'd like to know more, period, but I'd like to know is there a reason he would have any specific interest in Westrunn, or just is it this realm? And how the fuck do we kill him? And if I have to choose, killing him is more important than knowing anything about him.
All right. Well, I got bad news. There's nothing in here about how to kill a demon lord. So yes, yes. If they had such knowledge, you'd expect that one of two things would have happened. Either this reserve would have fucking exploded to hide that knowledge, or they would have successfully carried out whatever that is to kill him with. Traditional methods are usually pretty acceptable, such as sword and board, but this is a powerful, powerful entity. So I'm going to give you 3 slices of information. Here we go. The first of which concerns his lair. Baphomet resides within his palace, known as the Lichthian, which resides on his layer of the abyss that is known as the Endless Maze. It is nestled within twisting passages of a plane-wide labyrinth. Truly an endless 3-dimensional maze. They say that the interior of Lichthian is immaculately maintained and supported by a moat constructed in the fashion of a 3-dimensional maze. A towering structure populated by all manner of demonic monsters. This is information about where one might find the Demon Lord Baphomet if they were so inclined, and where he resides, definitely found within a forbidden tome. The next of which concerns his followers. That's Mordenkainen's. This concerns the actual cult of Baphomet. The cult of Baphomet attracts those who see themselves superior to others. Whether that is to the extent of feeling superior to other people or is just superior to other animals and creatures and beasts. That is typically who is attracted to the cult. The teachings of Baphomet are meant to reinforce these beliefs and appeal to the ego and justify narcissism, often drawing forth nobles, bigots, hunters, assassins who practice their murderous art for the sheer love of hunting intelligent creatures, as well as paranoid humans who combined a hatred of outsiders with bloodthirstiness. Basically draws in people who think they are better and encourages them to, in that belief, be better than everyone else. This doesn't concern any knowledge as to where you might find the cult, because if that knowledge existed, they would obviously have done something about it. But this is the sort of people that Baphomet brings forth. Craven hunters, superior nobles, these sort of superior narcissistic individuals. lastly will concern information on Baphomet himself, rather than his cult or his location. And you get this from like a tome that's brought up from the archives that's like, okay, read it, just don't like it too much, please, is basically what they say. Because he's evil as fuck. You begin to read the book, and it's all kinds of rhetoric. Civilization is weakness. Brutality is strength. The Horned King and the Prince of Beast brings this credo to the world, and encourages the strength of the hunter, that his cultists may know that they are superior. He who worships by those who want to break the confines of civility and unleash their bestial nature, for Baphomet envisions a world without restraint, where creatures live out their most bloodthirsty desires. Indeed, their creed is indulgence, but unlike a certain other creature that you know of from other games, this is about bloodthirst. This is about savagery. This is about unleashing your inner bloodthirsty animal and unleashing it upon inferior beings.
Like the other guy better.
I like it better too. He is the creator of the race of Minotaurs, and he is marked by a mantle of 6 sort of gnarled, twisted iron horns upon his brow. It is said that those of his cult who are tainted by his influence will begin to show signs of this physically. First, their eyes will become bloodshot and coarse. Their hair will become thicker, like the mane of some great beast. Small horns will eventually begin to sprout from their forehead, and in time, a devoted cultist might transform entirely into a minotaur, which is considered the greatest right of the Prince of Beast and a sort of mark of greatness. And I'll give you the description of Baphomet. It goes on to visually describe, and you see that picture where you have like a moment of like in your chest where you're like, holy fuck. For whatever reason, as you turn the page, you see an image of that exact statue you saw in Slatestone Tower. That sort of like bull-headed, 6-horn, cloven like statue individual. You see that very image. And it describes Baphomet is said to appear as a fearsome 20-foot tall minotaur with 6 iron horns. A fiendish light burns within his red eyes. Although he is filled with bestial bloodlust, there lies within him a cruel and cunning intellect devoid, a cunning intellect devoted to subverting all civilization. And he wields a great glaive that is mythed to be known as, what is translated into the common tongue, Heart Cleaver. He also charges his enemy and gores them with his horns, trampling his foes into the earth and rendering them with his teeth like a beast. It tells many tales of those who dared defy Baphomet and how they were savaged. This is the Horned King. Those are the 3 pieces of lore that you learn of this most dark and insidious being. And just to like put the cherry on top, demon lords are near deity level powered beings. They are near impossible to kill. Even if you were to destroy their physical form, you better believe that their essence still like reigns. They are exceptionally cunning, powerful, intelligent, wise beings, and one should tread carefully when dealing with such beings, if at all. Yeah, you sort of, and they're like, okay, you're done? Okay, great. And they go put it away. That is what you learn of Baphomet. Kinda. A little bit. Incredible. So you got a bit of a list, Yvaine. I want to pop over to Ember, but we're not done. We'll fill out anything that hasn't been done next week for sure. Ember, what do you got on the go?
I was gonna help somebody make armor, I think, was on my to-do list.
I think you were gonna do the Minotaur horns for Fen, I believe.
Oh,
Was,
yeah, it's whatever people need me to do.
Okay, gotcha. Let's see here. So you go looking at it and you like kind of figure it out, and you know that the item that you're going to create for this dog is going to be different than what you could produce for like a humanoid, but it's going to carry over similarly grand benefits. So I will say, let's see here. And is someone helping you in this pursuit, or are you going? You're going to need.
I'm assuming I'm gonna get Jewel to help me because I'm not
Okay.
a leather crafter.
Well,
I can handle
Jewel,
the
you're gonna
arcane
be
end.
yeah. So spoiler alert, Jewel, you're gonna be busy with the heist this week. I'm afraid to say.
We can hire it done.
Yep, you
That's
can always
fine.
hire somebody else to help you out, and that will have the time. It will be 10 gold pieces to hire a skilled smith to help you out.
Okay.
But it will have the time of creation. So it's going to go from requiring 10 work weeks to create to 5 work weeks to create. If you want to pay out another 10 gold pieces, you can have the time again.
Sure.
Okay, so 5. We're going to say that goes down to 2.5 work weeks. So you got you and 2 other workers working on it. I'll tell you what, just for this isn't exactly how it works, but if you pay out one more 10 gold piece, I'll say it gets done by the Hazel Festival.
Done.
Done. Okay. So you and 3 other craftsmen go to work on this item, and just start hammering away the details to the best of your ability. It's going to cost, well, you have the horns, so it's going to cost 1,000 gold to produce this item, as it is going to be considered a rare magic item.
It's my item. I'll pay it.
All right, so you put down 1,000 Zarvolg for its creation. Ember spends the week with 3 craftsmen, and by the end, what is produced is essentially, let's see here. What's the best way to do this? I would say it's sort of like a heart, or if you had an idea, Ember, of what that looks like.
I have an idea.
Yeah.
And the idea is that it's gonna take the barding plate that was for Fenn's head,
Mhm.
and it comes down the snout. It was gonna get the base horn for the middle of the forehead,
Mhm.
and then on each of the shoulder plates, another one kind of tipped out.
All right, we love that. And yeah, these are big ass horns, so you certainly have the material to do this with. You essentially create this because he's got like leather, so you try to create like a secondary almost harnessing plate that has indeed that sort of like single, almost like rhino like horn in the front, and then 2 more mounted on the shoulders that are elongated so that they will hit at the same time as the center horn. And then with
full on triceratops.
Yeah, full on like shoulder, middle of the head horns, and then the harness like runs down his back, and you used whatever sort of like extra material, and you create just basically like a set of spines that goes down the back of his back to sort of like end off to increase the magic flow, whatever. But it looks sick is the point. So now Fenn's got like it kind of comes down the face. Maybe it's sort of like almost bull-like as it comes down the face. A center horn, 2 massive shoulder horns, and a set of spines that run down his own spine, horn spines. And your dog, I'm going to have to make it for you, but we're going to call it the what are we going to call it? Harness of the Minotaur or something like that. Barding of the, maybe like
Barding of Gore.
Barding of Gore. I think we're definitely throwing Minotaur in there. It's got to go in there, but we'll call this like the barding of the Minotaur.
Baphomet barding.
Barding. Not quite. So yeah, I will make that item. Or you know what? I'll just update a stat block so that he has that in there. But as it's on, like he's significantly more powerful. Like he doesn't need to bite anymore. He's got like 2d8 plus strength mod, like goring horns that he can use now.
That's awesome. Thank you, Ember, and Joel for making that.
Joel didn't make this. Joel is busy heisting.
Thank you. Thank you for the
and
horn, Yvaine.
Incredible. So just to finish us off with the downtime stuff, we're actually no, we're a little late, and I wanted to have this interaction quick before we end it off. So Jewel, you do receive word from your new friend, the orc. She says, I passed along the information. They're going to consider it, but the Lord Mayor's office is unwilling to offer any information regarding. They don't want to let on. So you're going to have to just do what you do. And good luck.
I will keep you apprised of the entire situation.
I'll be
The
around.
things that I know, the things that I intend to do.
Good. I'll be watching. And she does. She doesn't follow you per se, but she's around the spots you frequent a lot, especially the Sun-Kissed Inn. But before we end off, you're gonna meet an old acquaintance. You sort of just kind of bump into this individual, definitely by accident. This female dwarf in sort of dark clothing sort of bumps into you and goes, oh, my apologies, friend. Walks by. You recognize her as Ziggle.
Mm-hmm.
You look down and she's picked your pocket. She's taken your your sheer things, whatever they're called, and very nonchalantly strolls into a nearby alley.
I'll follow.
You follow. You walk down and she's like, what the fuck do you do with these?
Is it for liver working?
Oh yeah, I'm sure a person like you is up to a very honest trade. And she hands them back to you.
No, just.
And hey, I'm certainly not one to judge.
Mm.
Been a while since we talked.
Yes, I've been a little bit busy in saving the city with my friends.
I heard all about that. You got a real pat on the back from the Lord Mayor.
Yes, so it would seem.
Good enough pat on the back to go a second time. The next day, right?
Perhaps. We had to discuss something.
By all means, happy to hear.
Mm-hmm. Well, there may hopefully be an opportunity soon for the clasp to breathe a little easier.
How's that?
Fewer people breathing down your neck.
Fewer people breathing down my neck. What you got planned there, Jewel Twilight?
I have a job. And this job will set something in motion, that is for sure.
Well, I can tell you this. The Myriad have eyes everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
They think they're real smart, but I gotta tell you, the class have been here longer.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm about to have not as much trouble, I assume you mean something bad's gonna happen to the Myriad.
Oh, wouldn't that be terrible?
And I don't think you're the murder spree type, Jewel Twilight. So that means that you got big friends all of a sudden, don't you?
I know a few people.
People who pat you on the back real nice.
Perhaps.
After your big heroic feat.
Well, we did save so many children.
You know what people say about the clasp these days? We're heroes. You heard what happened in Amman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of poor, innocent people would have lost their lives if it weren't for the clasp. I'd say we got a lot in common, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would say so.
Well, what if, Jewel of Twilight, we did a little, I don't know, we had a little fun together. We, helped each other out a little bit.
Parfait.
You're playing the Myriad, or trying to anyway, with the law,
Allegedly.
allegedly. You got a big heist, that's what you said? Heist coming up?
A job.
Job. A whole bunch of people are going to get busted, and, you're a big-timey hero and all, but you know what? You know what's better than being a hero? Being a very rich hero. Why don't we play a little double agent? How do you say? You keep doing your thing, business as usual. You help out, your new friends get under the Myriad skin. And while they're not looking in that direction and they're all patting themselves on the back, thinking them so smart and so great and having taken down the Myriad and such, maybe help us grace some palms and maybe whatever your heist and goes missing along the way that you, of course, had nothing to do with.
I really have to think about this. I am already in very hot water in both pots.
Oh, I was told that you like to take chances, gambler.
Oh, I do.
Well, listen, you think about it, but, have you thought about what happens after your big takedown of the Myriad? Think about it.
Yes.
I don't think you have. Because here's the thing. You are a great timey hero. You take down the Myriad. You save the town yet again. And the Lord Mayor gets their gold back and does whatever with it. But where does that leave you? Now you got a big old target on your back and you don't have as many friends.
I have already thought of this.
Well,
the Myriad I know is not confined to Westrunn.
No, they are not. You know who is confined to Westrunn? The Lord Mayor of Westrunn, and her authority, being a city-state and all. You know what is a sort of international system that generally opposes the Myriad? No, you're an intelligent girl. I don't need to tell you. So you just think on it, and maybe there's a place for you in our organization if you're willing to, take a chance. Hey, don't say anything about it right now. We're going to be best buddies, I know it. You just need to take a minute to figure it out. So, I'm going to just walk down this alley. You think on it for a little bit, and I'll find you, and then maybe, while nobody's looking, certainly you're not looking, maybe the class dips their hands in the honey pot. Maybe you help, and maybe nobody has to know. Have a good day.
Be well.
She bows to you and sort of smirks with that sort of, I think I'm pretty smart look, and just sort of kind of meanders down the alleyway. With that, we'll end the session there. We got lots of downtime stuff to still do next week. We got a big ass heist coming up, Jewel. You've got a faction you're overthrowing. You got another faction who's helping you overthrow. You got another faction who wants you to sort of help them slip in the back door and take the pot. You got a lot to consider. You got a lot of double dealing to do.
Yes.
This is like
Sometimes, gang.
the Italian job or something.
The Italian job is kindergarten.
You're playing the mafia against the Yakuza against the government.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jules got everything up in the air. I'm loving it. It's nothing but opportunity.
Oof.
That is very cool.
All right, I have to go pass out because I am really tired from being ill earlier today from food.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
My ex
Yeah,
gave me
no.
some soup, and the soup went bad in my fridge.
No.
And yeah, we reenacted a scene from The Exorcist.
Nice.
So
That's
I'm going
incredible.
to get some rest, and hopefully I'll be well enough tomorrow to do my laundry because I wasn't well enough to do it today.
Understood. No worries.
So good night.
Good night. Have a lovely day.